Council for Tuesday, July the 14th, starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Likol Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Looking at our agenda, first of all, people may notice from looking at the agenda that it has a bit of a different look and a different feel to it. So I'm going to turn it over first to Mr. Edney just to talk about our changeover to eScribe. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. So through you to Council and just for the public's information, as you notice in your agenda package, our agenda, the front page of the agenda and some of the back attachments look a little bit different than what we're used to. A little while back, we started looking at how can we improve our internal council report process. So we evaluated a couple of different software options and landed on eScribe, which is something that a lot of municipalities are using. It makes a small change to, some of the terms that are used in the software. For example, we typically used to say who was presenting an agenda item. Now it says sponsored by somebody. Where it says sponsored by, that means they'll be the ones presenting. That's something inherent in the software that right now it doesn't look like we can change, but we're going to see if we can change it to say presented by instead of sponsored by, just for clarity. But really what the intent of this program is actually on the back end before anything comes to council, just to make our internal workflows a little smoother, more digital, and more efficient for us on the backside. So it results in a few changes that are different visually. But again, if you have any questions or concerns, or if the public's having any problems accessing anything, please reach out to us and we can help guide you. But shouldn't be a lot different than what we're used to.
Great, thank you. I did have opportunity to speak briefly yesterday with Legislative Services about this, because one of the things that I noticed as well, I believe you mentioned it, was the numbering of the pages. And my understanding is moving forward that we are going to be able to add the pages for the numbers for the agenda back. So I think that that'll be something coming back. So I'm not sure, Legislative Services, if you just wanted a moment to speak to any updates that you have, because I know this is a bit of a fluid process right now with our agendas. So Legislative Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did have a meeting with eScribe yesterday, and we are looking at changing the word sponsor back to presenter. So they are looking at that so we can be a little more consistent with what council and public are used to in administration. We are also looking at the page numbering as well. So we have another meeting next week, so we'll have a further update with that, but we're hoping to have that change before the next package is produced for council.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with that, first looking to administration, if there's any changes or additions to the agenda. Mr. Edney?
No changes to the agenda.
Thank you. Council, any comments for changes to the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the agenda as presented, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the July 14, 2026 regular meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to our council recognitions and announcements, I will admit having a little bit of trouble readjusting back to the regular job of this role, and I've had an opportunity to talk to a couple of council colleagues about it as well. Stampede was incredible, and our council was at a number of different events doing a lot of advocacy for Chestermere. We had a lot of very incredible conversations with some follow-up meetings already booked, and then some in the process of being booked. So Stampede was incredibly successful. Lots happening, lots of events, lots to attend, but incredibly successful event over the last couple of weeks here with Stampede, and looking forward to perhaps bringing more of a formal update on some of that moving forward. That'd be more appropriate for our GAP meetings as we look at our committee work and things like that. But very successful last couple of weeks with the opportunity to meet with a number of ministers, a number of our elected colleagues from across Alberta, as well as a number of industry leaders. Also with council recognition, so we're going to move to a bit of an admin recognition, and I'm going to first turn it over to Mr. Edney. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So I have a couple of recognitions this morning, and the first one I think council will be happy to know. I don't think I'm going to take vacation anymore. So I went away on a week of vacation, and I came back, and all of a sudden I have 5 reports to present today. So I think I will forego vacation for the rest of the summer, so I don't have to present so many reports. But on a serious note, I'd turn it over to Director Chandiok to maybe introduce a couple of new employees we have here at the city.
Director Chandiok.
Thank you, CEO Edney. To Mayor and Council, we have 2 new hires. We have Dave Kalinchik, if I'm pronouncing it right. Dave is our new manager of economic development, and will be working for city's economic development in the CGI team. Dave has about 25 years of experience in economic development and has been part of a number of major projects in the Calgary region. And then we have Stephen Oots. Stephen joins us with 2 decades of planning experience. Has worked for a number of municipalities in the region included as well. And Stephen is also a member of Alberta Professional Planners Institute. So registered planner. I'm happy to have both of them on our team, looking to add some more value to the team and get going with the work that we have.
Thank you. Well, welcome to the team on the economic development side. Boy, do we have some updates for you from Stampede. Because when I say that we were working hard meeting people over Stampede, boy, do we have some updates for you. And welcome to the team. And I think our paths have crossed a couple of times at some conferences and things like that. So welcome to the team, and welcome to the fast pace that is Chestermere with the number of things that we have going on. So welcome. Okay, with that, our next one is a bit more of a heavier topic that we just wanted to bring forward just to discuss. And this comes from a number of our councillors, including myself, have been receiving numerous messages from members of the public just with regards to concerns that are being seen for some commenting that is happening online. And obviously, the city of Chestermere does not take the time to respond to every bylaw infraction that happens in the city of Chestermere. Because if we did, we would never do anything else. Because there's just lots that happens. But then just some situations become a little bit more public. But one of the things that we are seeing, which is very unfortunate, is that we've seen a lot of comments that are being made online that are, I would classify as racist and bordering on hate speech within our community. And I want to speak emphatically about this, that the City of Chestermere Council Administration does not support nor tolerate any language or behavior that is racist or hate speech in nature. We have seen councillors on this bench ask for certain things to be added to bylaws when it comes to this. I think of Councillor Narayan asking questions about flags and representation of those within our community, and other bylaws comments that have been made. So one of the things that I wanted to do is there are things where it's really important for us to swim in our lane. And I think that any time that a community or a city is going to come up with any kind of a statement or comment on something, that it's really important to attach an action item to that. So it's really easy for myself as a mayor, for myself as an elected official, for any of us as elected officials to make a statement. But if there's not an action that is necessarily associated with that action, then I don't think that the message is quite as powerful. So I am, first I want to open it up to council for any comments or questions that they have with regards to this. And then I have a couple of suggestions that I would like to bring forward for us to do some advocacy for. Something we talk a lot about is advocacy, and I think that there's an opportunity here for us to publicly demonstrate how advocacy works from the municipal level to the provincial. And with the idea that I will be presenting, this would be advocacy that I would be pushing for to both the provincial and the federal government, as I will be asking council's support and permission to write a letter from the city of Chestermere. So I'll bring that full idea forward here in a moment. But on something like this, this was something that council had talked about coming into today's meeting. So just wanted to provide the opportunity if council has any comments, suggestions, or questions with regards to this emergent item. Okay, seeing none. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah. Unlike I can't speak for my other colleagues, but I do take a look online and read comments and on both municipal pages and the community pages, and I've noticed a great deal of or a trend towards open racism and also open hate, and I just want to remind our residents and the people online who may or may not be residents that we're better than that. As a city, as a community, it's hard for me to say. It's just like I expect better, and I think that we are better. So we need to come together as a community and let these people know that that's not acceptable. We can share ideas, but we're not about debating the people. Just like my council, fellow council members, we debate the ideas. We don't debate the individual. So I hope that by leading by example as municipal leaders and as public leaders, or just people of the public, we can really put forward a better foot than what we've had in the last few weeks. That's all I have right now.
Councillor Narayan.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, so thank you, Worship, and good morning, everyone. And I'm glad we're having this conversation because this is a difficult and a tricky topic because you can only request people to behave in a certain way. You can't tell people what to do. So finding that fine line is important. What's more important is doing something as opposed to nothing. So even just putting this on the agenda and having this discussion, speaks volumes that the elected officials in this community, we do pay attention to these things and we do want to do something, whether it's education or whatever it is. But the discussion is important. Chestermere continues to be a fantastic place to live and play and work. Sadly, it is a handful of people that make very poor choices when it comes to sharing their thoughts on social media, and it taints the entire community. It has a negative effect on the entire community. So, like the Deputy Mayor said, I think everyone can do better. So I'm just very happy that we're having this conversation.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and the irony is that there is an irony in that recently the city of Chestermere was recognized as one of the top 5 places, most desirable places to live. And so there's a lot of good that is happening. There's a lot of good that is in our community. There's a lot that we are progressing forward. And so then it becomes unfortunate when a distraction happens. And so the idea that I wanted to bring forward to council, and I want to be really clear that the only place that the municipality can play in this is advocacy to the other levels of government. We have no other role in this other than advocacy to the other levels of government. So what I would like to do is simply put, I would like council support on writing a letter to both the provincial and the federal government. I would suggest that we keep it broad enough so that I can figure out exactly who I should write this to, because I don't know yet if it would go to a particular minister or if it would go to the office of the Premier and the office of the Prime Minister and have them then distribute accordingly. However, we have seen the federal government as of late come out with some comments with regards to behavior on social media. And something I would like for us to advocate for is to advocate to the provincial and the federal government for regulations with regards to anonymous posts on social media. I think one of the biggest things that causes us problems is people's ability to post anonymously and to have anonymity. And I feel like if you are going to be posting things on your social media channel, then own your words. Whether I agree with you or not, this is not about whether or not I agree with you. This is more about if you were going to say something, then I think that there should be a certain ownership that comes alongside of that. And I have noticed on social media as of late that there is far more anonymous accounts. There are far more fake accounts, and the ability just to post anonymously right now seems to have increased. And I don't think that this is good for anybody in any of our communities. And for those that are wondering, well, the city doesn't do that, that's not their lane, I would suggest to my colleagues and members of our community that it's actually quite a normal practice to see municipalities advocating to the province and to the federal government. We see other municipalities within our own province writing letters to the Prime Minister and to the Premier asking for advocacy on a number of different items. And so on this one, again, I am not trying to police online behavior, so to speak. It's more just the ability. I personally feel, and I'm looking for support of council before just kind of doing it on my own, was more of, does the majority of our council support the idea of advocacy with regards to what can be done with regards to the anonymous accounts that are posting online. So that's the support I'm looking for, is for the writing of that letter, and welcome to comments from council. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate all the comments and everything, and thank you from my heart. I just want to clear one more thing. Yes, there's an anonymous account. Sometimes they tag as our Facebook pages with that. I'd be happy to take a genuine person to come forward, either email to me or connect with me over the phone, which one is all public on the city website. If somebody wants to, I'd be happy to sit and talk directly rather than anonymous account from Facebook, unknowns, different names. It's just tagging, because as a counselor, when we make a decision, and especially it's not about brown or white or other community. It's make it for Chestermere, and this is not the Chestermere 19 years ago. I moved into this. This was very welcoming and connected community. And the people, since day one, we were living here, those residents is very well connected. And it's that is actually growing bigger, this community, and all the municipalities, smaller or bigger, we are growing. Yes, there is sometimes concern with other things, but it's not that as a brown councillor can make that one vote decision. This has to be with this sitting council members. Those ones, sometime when is a tax comes, there is a boundaries. I personally don't want to reply to any anonymous, but if a genuine person wants to talk with me or asking any other clarification, I will definitely provide that. I have no issue with that, but they have to approach me to the right channel through the city, either emailing or calling me or texting me. I will sit and talk with them directly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I think it's really important to point out that the City of Chestermere will only respond to items on official city channels. And so whether that be email, at a meeting. We do have our own social media, but we monitor our own social media, and we will not tolerate any kind of hate speech or racist remarks on our social media. Those comments will be removed, and rightfully so. But there are so many opportunities to engage with your council outside of the unofficial platforms of social media, and I would invite all residents to use those. So with that, I'd like to turn to Ledge Services for the motion on this. Council direct the mayor to write a letter to the provincial and federal government encouraging advocacy for not allowing anonymous posts on social media platforms. So again, we have no say nor control. We can't do this. We cannot go in and do this on our own social media channels. I would appreciate. We know that we have many people within our communities that control these channels. That would be a different conversation. But the city of Chestermere cannot do this. This is legislation that would need to come from the provincial or federal government with regards to this, and all we can do is ask the question. So with that, do I have a councillor that would be willing to make the following motion, please, Councillor Narayan?
Let's move that Council direct Mayor Dean to write a letter to the provincial and federal government encouraging advocacy for not allowing anonymous posting on social media platforms.
Thank you. Comments, questions? I'm just wondering, and it just really quickly, does that, I think that covers all of it. Anonymous postings or use of fake accounts, or is that Deputy Mayor?
I would add posting and or accounts on social media platforms. This has been tossed around in previous governments, so I'm interested to see where
Thank
this
you.
goes.
Councillor Ryan, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And with that, and with the obvious direction that council would like to see encouraged at the provincial and federal government, I know that some of our platforms have already put out some messages. I'm showing my age and weakness on social media here. That some of the hosts of those accounts, of those platforms on social media, have already started to put out statements that any such posts are going to be removed from those platforms, and would encourage the residents of ours that have some of these accounts, or the hosts of these accounts, to also assist in this particular matter. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And I appreciate our advocacy efforts. You don't have to be a councillor to be a good leader in your community.
Right.
I just and there's a quote that I want to share with everybody, written 50 years ago probably, by Martin Luther King, and he said, "Darkness cannot block out darkness. Only light can do that. Hatred cannot block out hatred. Only love can do that." So when you're out there, you don't have to be a city councilor. You can be anybody you want. And bullies, they fold whenever you challenge them with courage. So be courageous, be a leader in your community, and drown them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Final opportunity before moving on, if council has anything else with relation to item 4.1, discussion, community behavior. Thank you. Seeing none. Going now to public input, just checking with Ledge Services if anyone had signed up for public input. Seeing none. Declaration of conflict of interest. Just seeing if any councillor would like to make mention of a declaration of conflict of interest. Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I have a declaration for item 13.2.2. It's partial for that discussion. So I'll leave the discussion during that section.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Okay, then awards and proclamations. National Drowning Week. So National Drowning Week, July 19th to the 25th, whereas 2026, whereas the mission of Life Saving Society Canada is to prevent drowning throughout this great country, and even one drowning in Alberta is one too many, and whereas most drownings are preventable in a water-smart community, and only through water-smart education and a healthy respect for the potential danger that any bottled water may present can be genuinely enjoy the beauty and recreation opportunities offered by these bodies of water. And whereas the Life Saving Society urges Canadians and residents of Chestermere to supervise children who are in and around the water, to refrain from drinking alcoholic beverages while participating in aquatic activities, and to always wear a life jacket when boating. And whereas Life Saving Society Canada has declared July 19th to 25th, 2026 National Drowning Prevention Week to focus on the drowning problem and the hundreds of lives that could be saved this year. Therefore, I, Shannon Dean, Mayor of the City of Chestermere, do hereby proclaim July 19th to 25th, 2026 in the City of Chestermere as National Drowning Prevention Week. Just a quick comment on this, two things. One, it's great to see as the weather's gotten better, lots of residents that have been out on the water and things like that. I have heard some reports from our fire department that they've actually seen a bit of an increase right now in responses that they've had to do on the water and some concerns with regards to life jackets. So when you are out on the water, out boating and those sorts of things, a reminder that things can happen quickly when we are out on the water, and so just a reminder for the importance of wearing life jackets. And I'm sure Chief Zebedee will be grateful for right now for us highlighting this, as I do know that they've had a couple of responses where they've had to respond and life jackets haven't been present. So just a reminder to everybody that when you're out using the water, to please be safe and to please be wearing life jackets accordingly. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just also want to add to that, and I've seen kids playing around our storm ponds without adults, and our storm ponds are not great places for kiddos to be playing. So I would like to just emphasize that we need to really keep an eye on our kids around our storm ponds going forward as well.
Thank you, Councilor Rosanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I know we're past recognitions, but I got a call from a resident last week on the water when we had some of those windy days. They were stranded. They had rope stuck in their propeller, and I was about to jump on my Sea-Doo. Of course, everybody had life jackets and all the rest of it, but before I could even get ready, I want to just give a shout out to our fire crew. They were out in their boat, and they were crushing it across the lake. They saved those people. They even tried to dive underneath with their scuba gear and cut it all out. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful, but they towed them back to safety. So you are right. They have been excellent on the water. Yep. And been taking care of our residents. And you can be sure that our residents are certainly appreciative of it. And it saved me a trip to go and save them with my little Sea-Doo. Our little fire boat helped them out.
There you go. Awesome. Thank you. I want to turn to Mr. Edney. So on ones like this, especially as it applies, because with us being a lake community, obviously this is important. So I'm turning to Mr. Edney with proclamations like this. So when we get to that actual week, which will be next week, are we looking at a specific communications that could go out with regards to drowning prevention and things like that? I think that it'd be, if we're going to have it as a proclamation, I personally would love to see administration follow up with something like that. But Mr. Edney, that is your purview, so I'm going to turn to you with that encouragement. Mr. Edney. Oh, Mr. Edney.
Sorry about that, Mayor Dean. Yes, absolutely. We will ensure something's out from a communications perspective.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Consent agenda items. We have two items. Can I have a motion, please, to accept the National Drowning Prevention Week proclamation for information? Deputy Mayor.
I move that Council accept the National Drowning Prevention Week proclamation for information.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have two items on the consent agenda. The Family and Community Support Services, FCSS Community Grants and United Way funding utilization, as well as the June 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes. Would a councillor like to remove any of these items from the consent agenda to discuss the item? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion to accept the two items from the consent agenda? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the consent agenda for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? The only comment that I would have is on this first one. Given that we had a presentation so recently on this, totally fine with this being on the consent agenda, I would encourage administration that this become a standard practice through our grant processes, that this information come back and either be on a consent agenda with the option for council to pull or as a presentation from the department, because I think it's a great chance for us to highlight the number of great things that are happening in our community. So I would hope that reports like this will be a standard practice, seeing this great work that's happening in our community. With that, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think the motion, unless Ledge Services correct me, should be council approves the consent agenda. Yeah.
Okay. So I think, Deputy Mayor, was that you that had made the motion? No, I did. Councillor Randawa made the motion? Okay.
Accept.
Councillor Randawa, can I get you to restate the motion?
Yes, Worship. I move that the council approve the consent agenda as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Ditto on my previous comments. Now that the motion's changed a little bit, so just, I don't want to repeat it. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any business arising out of the minutes that were just approved? Seeing none. Correspondence and information. This is Resolution Tracker. So Resolution Tracker 2025-2026. Turning to Mr. Edney.
All right, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council, you should have a copy of the resolution tracker in your council binder. I only have a couple of items I want to point out in particular, and then open it up for some questions from council if you have anything. It's item number 5 from December 9th, actually 2025, related to CDAC, the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee. We've had the updated terms of reference on hold for some time now while we were looking for our new manager of economic development. We haven't generally discussed this. The last terms of reference was created by administration, and this motion is directing administration to create it. Given the discussions we've had over the past few months, specifically on council committees, I'm going to seek to potentially the chair of that committee, and maybe Mayor Dean, for us to work collaboratively. Given this is a council committee, I'd really like to understand what council would like to achieve from that committee.
Yeah.
The previous one became very administrative focused, so we'll work on this, but we'll need some collaboration with the chair and yourself on this one, and all of council's input, of course, when it comes back for approval. So we'll get started on that. I think it's David's second week here, so we'll give him some time to get up to speed, but we'll start working with David to put some thoughts around what this should look like. One more.
Thank you. Sorry, just before moving on from that, it was one that I had flagged as well. I think with that, we've been very public about the fact that right now, Legislative Services Director Dennison and I are working on holistically looking at all of our committees right now with the full knowledge of council to bring back something. I think the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee will also be a part of that work because one of the things when you say the chair, I don't believe that the chair at this point was one of our elected officials. I don't think so. So we'd have to, but could be wrong on that. Councillor Grant, I'm hoping, Councillor Grant. Oh, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm actually the chair.
Perfect. Good.
So we're good.
Okay.
And to Mr. Edney's comment, I would assume that probably both councillors on that and the mayor on that committee will be involved in that process, not just the chair.
Yeah. Okay, so I think, well, yeah, we should make that a part of that holistic conversation that we're having right now with our committees, because that is a whole conversation that's happening right now. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you again, Mayor Dean. Just going to jump to item number 33, actually from the June 9th regular council meeting. And it was a specific motion for administration to update council on the Festival of Lights at the next resolution tracker presentation, which happens to be today. There are some comments in there for public knowledge, I guess. We are engaging with community members. We're receiving good feedback on looking at a city-led fireworks display with sponsorship from some public groups, as well as doing some education and some options for some community participation in this particular festival. So I don't know if Director Dennison has any further elaboration on that, but that's, I guess, where we're at on that particular project right now. And for anything else on the agenda tracker, I'm open to some questions. A lot of things coming in the next 3 meetings here.
Yeah, thank you. I guess
Summer.
on the fireworks one, the only thing I wanted to mention was October's coming. So it's good to hear that work is happening, but I know it seems like October might be a long time away, but so did July when it was January. And now we're about halfway through it. So just October's coming, and would love to see making sure that we're on this as we get closer to that. So I'm glad to see that some work is happening. I have a few, but I'm going to go to council. Is there anything from the resolution tracker you want to bring up, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, Mr. Edney, I'd like an update on number 2 and 3, please. So this is about kind of the fund development and developing preliminary capital project funding plan for our rec center. So I'm wondering, these motions are quite in the past. Are we expecting something back soon, or is there some update that can be given on where we're at with the progress of that?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Grant. Yeah, so the very first item, number 2, just about the preliminary funding plan. As council's aware, and heard from our previous director of finance before he left, it's taken some time just to fully understand the city's financial position and what we're capable of doing. I'll have a small update for council with that in my CAO update later today. But I do expect come September, we should have a lot of activity related to a number of these items with some more concrete information around what this looks like. So there's a lot of work been done on it, just no finalized, nothing finalized to bring to council yet at this point. Item number 3, that RFP was posted. I don't think an update was made on this. It's closed. I'm just not sure exactly where we're at. That's on the capital campaign funding strategy. So I know that work is ongoing as well at this point. So they are working, just pretty big projects that have taken a little bit more work for us.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Worship. This is a question for you, actually. I know we have August off, but how far have schedules been set for, how far have agendas been set for meetings upcoming?
Right now, when we did agenda prep last week, we only went to the end of July. So we have not set an agenda yet for September.
Okay. Then I'll leave some of my questions for later. One of the ones I'm wondering about is item 24 and the 2027 grant cycle priorities. Maybe through to the councillors on that committee. I just want to make sure that timing-wise, that's going to get onto the first agenda for GAC once they are back, to make sure that we have time to assess that without delaying any of the granting that is happening this year.
Yeah, thank you. This is something I had also brought up yesterday as part of CAO meeting. So I am curious about this because the deadline for the grants closed yesterday. And this is for 2027. So I am a little bit curious as to the timing for this, because how is that going to impact? So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to answer that right away here in this meeting, but I am curious about the impact that that could have on the awarding of grants here for 2027. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. As you and I discussed yesterday, you're correct. I don't have a firm answer on this right now. We did notice that discrepancy that the intent was to set the priorities for next year while the applications for next year were due yesterday. So there's a problem here with this particular motion. Working with the manager of CSS to see how do we tackle this. Do we open up the longer grant cycle to give a chance for this to come back? Do we have to come back to a subsequent meeting here before August and change something about one of these motions or processes? But I'll report back once I have a better understanding of where we're at in this process.
Great, thank you. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I know we've had some motions in the past regarding the lake and watershed, and we have some projects ongoing with that. And I've asked them to be put on this resolution tracker. Can we do that and search what those motions were? The liaisons have been great working with our committee and providing us that feedback, but I think it would help council to see the visibility and the progress of that as a resolution that we're working on.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, sure, to Councillor Worzanowski. These are council motions that were made
Yeah, we had
that
council
aren't
motions.
completed.
Yeah, it may have been approved during budget, which is may be why we don't have a specific motion, but we do have some specific motions directing administration to establish the lake and water management strategy. And then we can tie that if we do have some budget approvals that we did during interim or final budget. Just so we have it on the list, but I will say there's no alarms. We're moving forward, and we're getting good feedback from administrative staff. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I just have to find it. I apologize. I'm wondering if we have any kind of a timeline when we talk about advocacy and conversations that happen at Stampede. This is one that came up, and this has to do with police funding options. So I'm wondering where we are at with that because, this has been an ongoing conversation. So I'm just wondering where we are at with that process and when council can expect to see something coming back with regards to this particular item. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, to you and council. So I'd suggest if we have to put a percentage on it, somewhere around 90% complete on this project. There were a couple of outstanding items. We'd originally hoped to bring this to you this month, but there's a couple of outstanding items we just need to circle back on and make sure we have the right information for council. So our target is September, early October to bring this comprehensive report back to council. September's going to be busy. So one of those first sort of 4 meetings when we come back.
Okay, Mr. Edney, for the next two, I'm just going to rapid fire them at you. Number one, the union agreement motion was made on May 26th about signing, and it's now July 14th. I'm just wondering, I'm just hoping, just want to assure everybody that everything's okay, that there isn't a concern, but I'm just wondering, when I see that kind of a timeline that something has been signed since May 26th, I wonder if you have any insights on that, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, the latest update I had, Mayor Dean, was that the final copy of the resolution or of the union contract that council ratified is in the union's hand for final printing for yours and mine signatures. I haven't seen that yet. I know the union's going through some transitions as they just became their own local and changed over their president and stuff. So I'll follow up with Director Sheedy and just see if we can get that expedited to get here done, especially before the summer break.
Thank you. And then the last one for you, Mr. Edney, is it's actually the next one on here. I feel that Director Sheedy had sent out these emails to council because I thought he had sent them out this week. So I actually think that motion 260526-21 was completed because I remember that week getting 3 or 4 emails from Director Sheedy with relation to this. But unless a councillor has a different recollection of this, this was just supposed to come by email, and I'm fairly confident that that Director Sheedy had done that. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Edney, I think we can actually move that one from in progress to completed. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Dean. I think you're talking about item number 32. I think the only reason we haven't moved it is it said to provide council the executed final union agreement via email. That's the only part we haven't done yet.
Because we don't have it back.
Because we don't have it back
Okay.
from the previous motion. You're correct. The union dues and the comparable communities was sent out, I think, the day that this motion was made.
Thank you. Okay. Council, any other comments, questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion, please, to accept the resolution tracker for information? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that Council accept the resolution tracker 2025 and 2026 for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving to item 11.1.1, City of Chestermere and City of Calgary Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Terms of Reference. This is being presented by Ms. Tina Petro, Intergovernmental Relations Advisor. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for that introduction. As mentioned, I am presenting the terms of reference for the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework between the City of Chestermere and the City of Calgary for Council's approval today. All right. So the motion before Council today is to approve the terms of reference as presented, which is attached as Attachment A to today's report, and I will now walk through the key elements of the document. So, Council is familiar with the ICF file, so I will keep this brief. Under Section 708.28 of the Municipal Government Act, municipalities that share a common boundary are required to have an intermunicipal collaboration framework, or an ICF. An ICF is a tool that formalizes how neighboring municipalities coordinate the planning, delivery, and funding of shared services. Chestermere currently has no ICF with Calgary. Following the dissolution of the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board, the province issued Ministerial Order MSD 025/25, which sets a deadline of November 30th, 2027 for both cities to adopt one. The MGA prescribes 5 mandatory service areas that every ICF must address, which are transportation, water and wastewater, solid waste, emergency services, and recreation. Beyond those 5, both municipalities do have the option to include additional shared services if they choose to do so. This is not a requirement, and it is something we will explore collaboratively with both councils as the ICF process continues. We want to ensure that any additions reflect the genuine priorities and interests of the respective municipalities. To provide clarity around what council is approving today, the terms of reference is not the ICF itself. It is the document that governs how both municipalities will work together to develop it. It sets the rules of engagement for the project, the shared principles and goals, the scope of work, how decisions will be made, how disputes will be handled if they arise, the project stages, and how costs will be shared. Approving this document today officially outlines how we will proceed as we move into the next phases of work and negotiations. The terms of reference assigns responsibilities across 3 bodies. First and foremost, councils hold the authority on this file. Administration's role is to conduct the research and carry out the negotiations on items provided by council. The Intermunicipal Committee, comprised of elected officials from both municipalities, provides ongoing direction and oversight throughout the process, ensuring that council's priorities are reflected at every stage. Administration will bring matters to council for direction throughout the process wherever necessary, and the completed ICF will return to council for final approval by bylaw or resolution. Now, the terms of reference includes a structured 3-step dispute resolution process, which is an important safeguard for a project that involves negotiating shared services between 2 cities. If a dispute arises, it moves through negotiation at the intermunicipal committee level and must be resolved within 60 days. If unsuccessful, it would then move to mediation with a jointly appointed mediator and must be resolved within 90 days. And if still unresolved, to binding arbitration under the Arbitration Act of Alberta. Both municipalities commit to resolving any disputes in a good faith, non-adversarial and cost-efficient manner, consistent with Section 708.35 of the MGA. So I want to give council some context on where this document has already been. The Intermunicipal Committee, which includes elected officials from both municipalities, reviewed and supported the terms of reference on January 23rd of this year. Calgary City Council approved it on June 18th, and now Chestermere Council's approval today is the final step required before work on the next phase can proceed. So approving the terms of reference today officially establishes how both municipalities will work together as we move into negotiations and framework development, and keeps Chestermere on track to meet the November 30th, 2027 deadline. It lays the foundation for a more structured and accountable working relationship with Calgary, one that will benefit residents on both sides of the boundary. And those two slides seem out of order to me, but this concludes the presentation. The motion before council is to approve the City of Chestermere and City of Calgary Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework terms of reference as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions through the chair.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? I know that we've seen this a few different times now. This is kind of the finalization of that process as described in the presentation. So any comments, questions from council with regards to the ICF? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few comments through you. A lot of our residents in Chestermere are pretty familiar with the CMRB, and not in a good way. We didn't find that it was working very good for Chestermere for some time. That I'm expressing a personal opinion, let me just say that. So this is actually quite exciting because we're coming as an equal partner with another municipality, and we're able to build something that maybe works a little bit better. I also wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to Ms. Petro for all the work you did through Stampede and the amazing advocacy and coordination and all of that you did for us. We're very happy to be having you working with us. Thank you.
Thank you. So through the chair to respond to Councillor Sambo, thank you for that. Stampede was quite a 8-day run there, but I appreciate that. And yes, CMRB had its ups and downs, and for sure, I'm glad that we're moving this direction. And I think I wanted to also thank the teams from both Chestermere here and Calgary because we're working very well together, and I think this is going to be a great move forward.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion, please, to approve the City of Chestermere and City of Calgary Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Terms of Reference? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the City of Chestermere and City of Calgary Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Term of Reference, Attachment A.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote.
I get music?
With a musical interlude as well. And that's carried unanimously.
That's my
Thank you.
exit. Okay, thank you.
With that, our next item is actually we have a public hearing at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to suggest that we take a quick break to get ourselves set up here for the public hearing, and we will reconvene at 10:05. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and we will now be moving into our public hearing. So I'll be calling for the motion to open the public hearing, and then, as we do with all public hearings, going through the process of how our public hearing works. And so, can I have a motion for council to open the public hearing for Bylaw 028-26, being the Clearwater Park split zoning land use bylaw amendment at 10 a.m. Can I have a 10:06, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council open the public hearing for Bylaw 028-26, being the Clearwater Park split zoning land use bylaw amendment at 10:06 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. The public hearing process will be, there will be a staff report from administration, a presentation from the applicant, presentations from the public who are in support of the proposal, presentations from the public who are in opposition of the proposal, any rebuttal presentation from the applicant limited only to the comments received or heard in opposition, any final questions of administration, and once the public hearing is closed, we will begin the deliberation process. Council may choose to make a final decision at the same meeting or defer the decision to a future meeting of council. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing may register on the designated sign-in sheet, either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaw. After every registered individual or group has had the opportunity to speak, I will be asking 3 times if any other members of the public wish to speak. Members of the public have a maximum of 5 minutes. The public hearing is recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. When we get to the in support and or in opposition, I will be making this public again, but if you would like to call in, the phone number is 403-207-7050, extension 7106. Again, we will be starting with those that are in support, and the phone number will be presented, but 403-207-7050, extension 7106. Now I'll be calling for the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw change, and this is being presented by Mr. J.P. Leclerc, Planner 1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm JP Leclerc, Planner 1 with Community Growth and Infrastructure Division, presenting the request for this, presenting on the public hearing. I'll be speaking on land use bylaw amendment for Lot 1, Block 2, Plan 241-2540 in Clearwater Park to address split zoning. Recommendations to Council were option 1, rezone the subject property to residential multi-unit district, R3. And then subsequent motions that bylaw 028-26 being an amendment to land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, be read a second time, and that bylaw 028-26 being amendment to land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, be read a third and final time, and this amendments to the Clearwater Park outline plan be adopted. Or option 2, rezone as available in attachment B, rezone the subject property to direct control multi-unit district, DCR3, that bylaw 028-26 being amendment to land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, be read a second time, and that the subsequent bylaw and the same bylaw be read a third time, and the amendments to the Clearwater Park outline plan be adopted. So the subject property is located in Clearwater Park at the intersection of Chestermere Boulevard and Clearwater Passage. Currently the lot is vacant and is split zoned. The northern portion is zoned direct control. The southern portion is R3. Given that the development authority for the northern portion is direct control, the development authority is council. The development authority for the southern zones is, sorry, the southern zone area is administration, rendering development decisions on the split zone lot is challenging. Another challenge is determining the exact boundary of the two bordering zones, as zoning is conceptual and was never based on surveyed boundaries. In consideration of this, administration recommends that council redesignate the entire subject property to one land use zone, as described as either option 1 or 2. Rezoning the entire subject property to residential, or to R3 would allow administration to render decisions on development applications. This would allow development applications to proceed through the standard development and building permit approval processes, eliminating the need for individual council approvals and providing builders with a more streamlined and consistent approval process. Well, redesignating the entire lot to DC would require council to consider development applications having oversight on development of these lands. In February of 2026, an application on behalf of the owners of the property to change the number of stories in the R3 district and to rezone this entire subject property to R3 was defeated by council. However, given the complexities around decision-making, administration is now bringing forward this proposal to clearly define the development authority for the subject property. On the public notice, council passed first reading of the bylaw 004-26 on June 23rd and approved the scheduling of this public hearing. The public hearing for the proposed bylaw was advertised for 2 consecutive weeks on the city's public notices webpage in accordance with the MGA and the city's digital advertising bylaw. We have one submission from the from the landowner or representative of the landowner, and as of now, I have no other submissions, and that concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any initial questions from council with regards to this application? Seeing none. Okay, so then because we are the applicant on this one essentially, so there is no presentation from the applicant. So then I believe that we will be moving directly to presentations from that are in support, because I don't see any questions from council. So we'll go to presentations that are in support. So I'm going to be calling for the first time. So what I will be doing, so if you would like to call in and be in support of the following bylaw, the phone number is 403-207-7050. Again, that's 403-207-7050, extension 7106. And the first one that I have speaking in support is Mr. Grant Mihalshin. And good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Dean and members of council. My name is Grant Mihalshin with B&A Studios. I'm the planning consultant representing the landowner. We support either option that council has before you today, as it will eliminate the current split zoning and split approving authority on the property, creating a simpler and more efficient development approval process. Earlier this year, we applied to redesignate the entire property to the standard R3 district. Although administration recommended approval, the bylaw did not receive second reading. So today's public hearing provides another opportunity to place the entire property under a single land use district and then eliminate the dual approving authority created by this split zoning. Since the hearing, council approved Centron's application to remove the DCR3 on its remaining undeveloped lands. During this hearing, the council heard that the direct control district was previously created because Centron had not finalized its housing mix. Now finalized, administration supported the redesignation of those lands to standard districts because it would improve certainty and streamline approvals. Our property was not included with this application because it had been sold to my client. Our preference remains the R3 district for the same reason administration supported the Centron's application. Regardless of which district council ultimately supports, however, we ask that a provision limiting the building to 2 stories plus a loft be amended to permit 3 stories while maintaining the existing maximum building height. Administration previously concluded this was a minor change because this does not alter the building height, massing, or the site layout. It simply allows for a more functional townhouse design that has 2 full living floors above a garage, creating a practical family-oriented homes. The next 2 slides show the simple wording change that would be required either under the DC R3 or the R3 district. Approving that amendment today would avoid another land use redesignation application in the future, saving both ourselves and administration time and expense while allowing a development permit application to be submitted immediately. Important to note, neither the land use option changes the proposed density, building footprint, or overall site design. Townhouses remain a permitted use under both land use district, and that is why the client purchased the property in the first place. So the proposal is to comprehensively plan townhouse development with generous open space area, enhanced pedestrian connections, and a daycare in the southeast corner of the site. There we are. This is a close-up version of the plan, just rotated a quarter turn to the right. The townhomes will front onto public streets, including Chestermere Boulevard to the north, with drive-under garages accessible from the private road internal to the site. This housing product offers an attractive street frontage while providing an affordable ownership option for young families and empty nesters, while reducing pressure on on-street parking through the inclusion of drive-under garages. The proposal also complies with the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan interface requirements, because the Chestermere Boulevard separates this site from Rocky View County. The required berms and pathways are not applicable, as shown on cross-section BB. The 75-meter right-of-way combined with the building setbacks provides approximately 140-meter separation between the development and the nearest Rocky View resident, roughly the length of a football field. So this provides more than adequate separation between the development. So in closing, we support administration's recommendations to eliminate the split zoning on the property. While our preference is the standard R3 district, we are accepting of either decision that the council makes. Our only request is that they amend that story provision to permit 3 stories while maintaining the existing maximum height. This doesn't increase the density, height, supports more functional and affordable home, and avoids future land use application. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I think I just want to clarify through both our CAO and possibly Director Chaniok, we're not approving this today. We are only approving whether it goes to all R3 or DC. Director Chaniok?
Through the chair to the chair, the proposal in front of council as presented by administration is to consider either of the options. You don't have to approve anything.
Right. Sorry. Thank you for that clarification.
Council can consider changing the entire site to DC, R3 or to R3. If council so wishes, they can also consider this as an amendment to what we've presented.
Okay.
And perhaps one of the councillors can make a friendly amendment to the motion. But again, this is up to council to consider and to evaluate whether or not would this be an okay change.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just for clarification, you're asking about the change in the 3-story versus the 2-story, not
No,
the
I'm
overall
asking-
layout.
Sorry.
So the overall layout of the structure of how the townhomes sit and the roads, etc. If you go R3, that will come to administration
Yes.
for approval. If you go direct control, that will all come back to council for approval.
Yes. Thank you. Correct. Director Chaniak?
My apologies to the chair, through the chair to the chair. Just to provide more clarification, council is not considering the development permit.
That's right.
Council is only considering the change of zoning, and if council so chooses to change the height or number of stories in the zoning from 2.5 stories to 3. Those are the only considerations before council today.
Right. I just don't want to confuse the matters. Right. I want to handle one at a time. On that, though, it's not the height that's changing.
Through the chair, that is correct.
The height stays the same. It's definition that's changing.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. With that, provide opportunity now for calling a second time for anyone. That's all that I had on the sheet. So I'll be calling a first time for anyone that would like to speak in favor of Bylaw 028-26. Calling a second time for anybody that wishes to speak in favor of Bylaw 028-26. I do know that we have a phone call, and we don't know if it's going to be for or opposed. Is that correct, Ledge Services?
Through the chair, that's correct. We have 2 callers right now, actually.
Okay.
So I'll start one of them.
Yes, let's do that. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, it's Mayor Dean here. Are you calling in to speak in favor or in opposition?
In opposition.
Okay, can I throw you back on hold just for a quick minute? Because we're just
Sure.
in the middle of speaking for those that are in favor. So if I can put you on hold just for one quick second, Ledge Services, can I do that?
Sure.
Okay, I will come right back to you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you calling in to speak? It's Mayor Dean here. Are you calling in to speak in favor or in opposition?
In favor.
And thank you. Okay, just go ahead. If you could just please say your name and the community in which you live.
My name is Ahmed Gouda. I'm from Tricor Design Group, and we are the designers for this upcoming project, representing the client and working with Grant and BNA. And I just want to clarify one technical detail that was not spoken about regarding the existing split zoning between the DC-R3 and the R3. After discussing many details with the city of Chestermere planning departments and investigation we did with BNA, there is actually no proof where is the split line exists. There is no dimensions registered at the city of Chestermere or anywhere else where actually the line between the DC-R3 and the R3. So in the event that this split remains, we don't know where and how we will design and decide whether the location. Neither the city of Chestermere planning department has that information, and they are existing today to clarify this. So sort of a technical reason we need this to be in a one zoning, DC-R3 or R3, option 1 or option 2. We are okay with it because the existing situation doesn't help us in design where to find this line. There is no evidence where it is not registered in the subdivision. There is nothing about the remaining. It's only a general site plan that we can see, and we can see the 2 splits, but there is no dimensions where this is. And that's only the addition. Why I'm in favor is to go with one of them so it's easier for us to proceed with applications. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, and with that then, I'm going to call a third and final time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw. Looking to Ledge Services, have we had anyone else that has called in? Seeing none. Do we have any written submissions that have come in past the deadline? Thank you. With that then, I'm going to move to the part of the presentation for those who wish to speak in opposition. So again, this is speaking in opposition to bylaws 028-26. So I don't have anybody on the sheet, so I will be calling the first time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 028-26. calling a second time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 028-26. Again, the phone number is 403-207-7050, extension 7106. We do know that we have one caller on the line, and so with that, I'll turn back to Ledge Services for that caller. Good morning, it's Mayor Dean here again. Thank you for your patience with that. I understand that you would like to speak in opposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could I just get you to state your name and the community in which you live?
My name is Sylvia Scaggi. I live in Rocky View County across the street on Township Road 243.
Thank you.
So we are the 4 houses that would be facing the development. We understand that the development's going to happen. We didn't really get a choice in that matter, but we do have these estate homes that are facing this development, and the reason why I'm opposing it, as there's a few reasons. The property value, the property view on that corner. If the city gives carte blanche to the developer, they're going to put those homes closest to the road as they can. We already have issues with seeing around the corner with the other development that's kitty corner or across from the Clearwater Passage, developing again, which is the more busier route, cars coming in, cars going out. By putting buildings there that close to the road, we feel that it's going to be a safety hazard on that corner. We're worried about parking in the area. If there's no city overview, we feel that the houses will be parking outside of the development. Already Clearwater Passage is very narrow. We can't get our travel trailers through there without bouncing off the curbs. So we're worried about people parking on either Township Road 243 or the Clearwater Passage Road. And I guess just that, we were kind of promised in the past about a bit of a buffer, and having the houses, if the development is allowed to do whatever they want, we're going to have our houses feel like we're on TV. There's going to be all these houses directly facing us. Like, what do we see is, I guess, my concern. So those are my concerns about being against the whole development being an R3 instead of a DC3, with council's control of what is developed in that small area at the very end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I will be calling a third time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 028-26. Do we have any other callers that have called in? Have we had any written submissions past the deadline? Thank you. I'm going to go back to staff now, since staff is the applicant. Is there any comments that you have in rebuttal to the comments that were made in opposition? Mr. Leclerc.
Yeah, through the chair. I guess the applicant, the landowner representation discussed the distance, but I will note that if it is DCR3, the permitted uses are it'd still be townhouses, would still be a permitted use, same as R3. So council as the approving authority, let me get my notes here. So council would have to abide by the established permitted uses, what's in the district. So I guess that wouldn't really change whether it's DC or not. The council ultimately has control of the land use bylaw and can obviously amend it as per the wishes of council. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Chaniak.
Through the council, to the chair, something that I want to clarify is I was looking at Rocky View's land use bylaw, and the minimum front yard setback that the properties on the other side are required to have is 15 meters. So there'll be 50 feet away from the road boundary. And then on our side, the minimum setback required is about 3 meters if we consider it as the side yard or rear yard. In which case you have the 15 meter setback on Rocky View side, and then the 20 meter road, and then the 3 meter side yard setback. And so there'll be quite a bit of distance between the properties, as in the structures. As for parking, the road actually belongs to Rocky View, and so we will not be able to sort of put any, enforcement mechanisms on the Rocky View Road. All we can regulate is development on our side. Just a submission there.
Right, so it would be up to Rocky View then to make provisions should they so choose on that particular road.
Be correct.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Great, thank you. Any other comments with regards to rebuttal to what was presented during the in opposition? Seeing none. Council, do you have any final questions for administration at this time? Seeing none. Is there any final presentation from administration with regards to this particular matter? Seeing none. Okay, with that, can I have the motion please to close the public hearing for bylaw 028-26, being the Clearwater Park Split Zoning Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 10:31 a.m. Councilor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council close the public hearing for bylaw number 028-26, being the Clearwater Park Split Zoning Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 10:31 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item 13.1.1, which is the Clearwater Park Split Zoning Land Use Bylaw Amendment. And this is for second reading. So first, Mr. Leclerc, is there anything that is different for this presentation is there anything that is different for this presentation that we did not see in the public hearing?
To the chair, no.
Okay, thank you. Director Chaniok.
So the chair, our only request to council is to make a decision on this application. We would ideally like it to be zoned either way. We do not necessarily have a preference. If council is sort of worried about the future layout of this site, council can choose to rezone the site to DC, in which case the application for a future development on the site will come to council, at which point council can say yes, no, change the layout. Council will have a multitude of options at that point. If council is not necessarily worried about the layout of the site, council can choose to rezone the sign to R3, in which case administration would be making a decision. As it stands right now, because of the split zoning, there are issues with decision rendering on the application, and so our only request to council is to change the site to one zone, regardless of whatever it is, so that it's easier and the decision-making authority is defined. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe so I would like to test option one, and in doing so, within this test, I want to remind council what we've done to the rest of the Clearwater site. The rest of the Clearwater site, we had decided that we did not come into council to do the work of administration, and which is why we had changed part of the reason, there's other reasons as well, to allow administration to continue to move forward on these particular projects. So I would actually like to have the option one and then open up to debate. So the council gives second reading to option one, available as should be as or at as. Thank you. Council gives second reading to option one, available as attachment A of bylaw 028-26 Clearwater Park Split Zoning Land Use Bylaw Amendment as presented. Can I have a councillor? Mr. Edney.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just think for clarity, especially if you follow up in future minutes, that we should say what option one is versus just option one available as attachment A. So that's the site to R3, not direct control. There we go. Then it's clear, moving forward for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Just move that council gives second reading to option number one, available as attachment A, zoning the site to R3 of bylaw number 028-26 Clearwater Park Split Zoning land use bylaw amendment as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question. I believe I heard that we had the option of making a friendly to that other request. How would you like to address that, being the 2 stories plus a loft to 3 stories?
Thank you. With that, I'll go to Director Chaniak for the answer to this. I think we should do one first, figure out which one we're doing, and then we would make that other amendment, because I think that's partially dependent on what we do here. Director Chaniak?
Through the chair, that could be an approach that council can take, yes. Another approach could be that council considers both of these amendments, including rezoning the site to R3 and changing the number of stories from 2.5 to 3 at the same time, and then debate on both of those motions as they come along. You'd still have to make a friendly amendment to the motion on the floor.
Council, I see them as being a little bit separate. So I would like to handle this one first and then have it as a second one, if that's okay with council.
Can I comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with that, Your Worship. My thinking is that if this is going to come back at another time, we might as well test it now rather than putting it on another agenda.
No, I want to do it all today. No, I will bring that motion next. I think I've already demonstrated where I sit on this. I did not come into this to pick colors of doors and how it's designed. That's not what I came into for. I came in to do policy and bylaw work, and we have very competent staff that have demonstrated, and there is a significant distance between houses on either side. And so for me, I would like to see us move to the R3 because it would then match what we've done for the rest of Clearwater, which is... and there is still a little bit of DC there, don't get me wrong. But in terms of this particular thing, it would match the decision that council had made just a few weeks ago, just before Stampede. We had made this decision. So that's why I'm pushing for this, and then have a different conversation about the second amendment that's being proposed. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? With that, call for the vote. And that's carried with a majority vote. Okay, second one. I would like to move to third and final reading for this one, because I think we should let's finish the whole thing, because that doesn't finish it. We now go to third and final reading. No, I don't think there's an amendment. Nope. Because we're going to do third and final reading, and then we're going to debate the second one as a... Would that be a separate bylaw, though, or does it have to be an amendment? Now that I'm catching that. Director Chaniak?
Through the chair, it should technically be an amendment.
Okay.
Not create a separate bylaw.
Yeah, because right, thank you. Okay, so now I would like to add this as an amendment. Now we kind of see where council is sitting on the majority. So could we look at that as the amendment for third reading to open up for debate? Director Chaniak, can you help Legislative Services with the wording for this, Director Chaniak? Mr. Edney.
Just changing the number of stories.
No, we're not doing that right now. That's a separate one. Yeah, this is fine. Thank you, Mary. Sorry, you're not attempting to add in the change in stories right now. That's going to be a separate motion later.
I would like to do it as a separate if I can, but does that mean I have to create a separate bylaw?
Okay.
Only added as a motion, as a friendly amendment to the motion. So at the stage of third reading, we can still change it.
Okay, yeah, so it needs to come as an amendment to this.
Otherwise, it would have to be a separate bylaw.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The challenge is if you defeat it due to that, then this bylaw is defeated for the rezoning.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
No, I have a way to do this. Can you get rid of this motion? No. Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. We could take a quick break if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that.
talk about legislatively how to address this.
Yeah, let's take a quick break and we'll come back at 10:45. Good morning, everyone. So in the spirit of transparency, so that everyone knows what's happening, what happened, the legislative process, what has gone on, all of those sorts of things. I believe that the recommendation, and Mr. Edney, I'm going to be relying on either yourself or through you to Mr. Chandiak to speak to this a little bit. I believe that what we are going to do right now is just go to third reading, do third reading based on the same information that was in second reading, and then look at bringing this particular, the second idea, because it is a bit of a change to our land use bylaw, to bring that back as a separate item, possibly before we leave on our summer break, so that then we could do our first reading, schedule the public hearing then for earlier on in September, and then go through second and third reading with regards to that. That doesn't stop anything else. It then would allow, if all of that happened, and should third reading go the same as second reading, we would end up with a zoning that is all one zone, which is really kind of what the purpose for today was, and then we can deal with the second as a separate matter, just because there's a bit of a feeling of it's a little bit messy trying to do this all at once. But with that, just seeing if I captured what we were looking for there, Mr. Edney and Mr. Chandiak, and if there's any further comments, Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair, to the chair, you are correct. We can bring forward a different amendment to change the number of stories in R3 district, depending on which way council sort of chooses to go today, R3 or DCR3. We can bring forward an amendment to that district on July the 28th for first reading.
Thank you. Now, having said that, if a councillor wanted to add it as an amendment to this third reading right now, it could be added as an amendment to the third reading right now, but then if that was defeated, it would defeat the whole thing. Is that correct? Just so that, I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of all the options that are on the table right now, Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair, you're absolutely correct. If council chooses to change the motion to add the idea surrounding changing number of stories on R3, and if this zone gets, and if that idea gets defeated, the entire motion gets defeated. So you would not be able to rezone the site to R3.
Mr. Chandiak?
If council chooses to amend...
No, I got that. Sorry. Don't need to repeat it. Got it. No, sorry. I was thinking on something else, because you can make the motion as amended, test it through debate, and then restate the motion without the amendment.
Through the chair, you could, again, let's
stay with the original plan.
Clean. Let's go with one item at a time.
Hey, listen, I'm a legislative nerd, so I love processing all this stuff. I love going. I did not know I was as much of a legislative nerd until I got into this position, and I am a ridiculous legislative nerd. So I love processing all of this. Maybe not necessarily in public in front of 37,000 people that could be listening, but I am a bit of a legislative nerd on this. So with that, I think we should go with that suggestion. Look at bringing it back, schedule the public hearing, have that as a separate item that then can be looked at. Because I do think that there's other factors with that, even that we could look at as an entire change across all of R3s or just for this particular R3. So I think that there's lots of options that council should be looking at. So given that, given the fact that we've already done second reading, which was carried with a majority vote, can I have a councillor make the motion to give third and final reading to option 1, zoning the site to R3? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to option 1, available as attachment A, zoning the site to R3 of Bylaw number 028-26, Clearwater Park Split Zoning Land Use Bylaw Amendment as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to point out, since I was the one that voted against last time, why I'm voting against it. And I want to be clear that I'm not voting against this because I don't think that there should be an R3 building project here, because I'm completely fine with that. My concerns lie around the interface, and the interface not only with ourselves but with our regional neighbors. And I feel if we pass this on to R3 that we lose the ability to control that a little bit. So that's again why I'll be voting no on the R3. Again, not against an R3 development here. We prefer to see the DCR3, but we're here.
Thank you. And again, I respectfully disagree on that only because it is a permitted use. And so that's been showed to us from administration. That's why we've done the work that we've done on how direct controls actually work. And so I would just respectfully disagree on that, given the fact that's why I believe administration pointed out that it was a permitted use. It is also why we are delaying the other amendment to come back, because I think that that one actually speaks a little bit more to what you're looking at, which is partially the reason why we're doing it the way that we're doing it. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried with a majority vote. Thank you. Okay. I believe I believe the rest of it we would just do. Director Chania, can you just speak a little bit to what we're looking at here?
Through the chair, with the change in zoning, we are also going to amend the outline plan that currently reflects a split zone site. And so the outline plan amendment basically changes the outline plan to reflect what council has just approved in terms of land use zoning. It does not necessarily change anything materially. It is a process to ensure that there is consistency between the land use bylaw and the outline plan. So the amendments in front of you primarily relate to reflecting the change of zone that council just approved in the outline plan.
Great, thank you. So to have them match, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that Council adopt the amendments to the Clearwater Park Outline Plan in Option 1, available as Attachment A, as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're actually going to move to item 13.2.4, which is the RCMP staffing, and this is being presented by our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry, just let me get forward to the report here. Okay, thank you. This is the, well, we don't have pages on here anymore, but you'll have to jump a little bit ahead in your binder. I just want to get this addressed while we have Staff Sergeant Clausen in the room to answer any questions if she may need. So this is something Staff Sergeant Clausen, Director Fluker, and myself have been working on for a little while. Back in April, we brought a report to council talking about community policing priorities, and council set the policing priorities for the RCMP in the community as property crime and neighborhood safety, traffic safety and road enforcement, and visible community policing presence. We've had a number of discussions around just our current staffing levels at the RCMP and some of the challenges within the structure of bringing in members when someone is off on sick leave, that type of thing. And what we've come to as potentially the best solution to address a couple of these items in those bullet points, being this traffic safety and road enforcement and the visible community policing presence, is that if we were to add 2 new positions to our org chart under the RCMP, which the technical title within the RCMP structure is Traffic Services Investigators. These would be new positions that are outside of the 25 we already have allocated. And the intent here is what it does is it attracts a specifically trained RCMP member that has a focus on traffic safety and traffic enforcement. So they still have the ability to enforce criminal code and do all the things that a regular RCMP member does, but they are specifically designated to focus on traffic. So these 2 members would give us some significantly increased visible presence from an RCMP's perspective, relating to, again, the number one problem we tend to hear in this community about speeding, traffic violations, and that type of thing. There is, of course, a cost to these 2 members. Right now, based on the budget that council approved for final operating budget, we can accommodate the cost for these 2 members within that approved budget. Additionally, what's not in the budget is we would fully expect both of these members to cover the cost of themselves essentially through increased fine revenue as there's more traffic enforcement happening at this point. So really that's the quick request is for council to make the motion to add these two members, and then we can start down that process of advising the RCMP recruitment and hopefully have these members on our streets sometime in the fall. Is there anything you'd add additionally that I didn't cover, Kathy? And just to clarify again, there's no change to the budget needed to accommodate these two members.
Yes, thank you, Kent, for that. The only thing I wish to add is that, like you said, aside from the main focus being on traffic and that being one of our priorities, they are able to be regular police officers as well. When it comes to getting members that are for specific units, they will not be cadets just coming from depot. They will have training experience somewhere else. So it would be a lateral transfer from somewhere. I do know people that have an interest in such a position that are near. So a potential arrival date could be very quick.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. A question through our chair to you, Mr. Edney. I do recall discussing at budget time allocating some working capital for these style of positions for the RCMP. Is there a reason specifically why this is even being brought to council if we do have it covered in the budget? Like, do we get involved in the actual positions? If you could, explain that to me in my ignorance, that would be great. Because it seems to me that it's more an operational thing for the RCMP.
Right. So in order to add to these positions to my organizational chart, it has to be a motion by City Council in order to approve that. And then there has to be a letter written from the city to the minister in Ottawa to ensure that you have those funds secured for these two positions. And that's how the move forward.
So the money was approved, but the positions not necessarily.
We're not.
Now you're ready
defined.
for the positions.
Correct.
Thank you.
Also, I want to add as well, if I can at this time, if this were to be approved previously in the past and currently right now, we have an enhanced road safety program that where if members want to come in on an overtime shift to just work on traffic within the community, they can do so, which also generates some funding and so forth like that. If these two positions were to be approved, I would have no problem putting that program just in abeyance right now. Like, it would not need to operate as well as this traffic position, so we wouldn't have those costs.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to add some further insight and maybe clarification to Councillor Warzanowski's question. So right now we have an allotted staff complement of 25 members. So in order to add these, we need to increase that complement to 27. If we were able to fit them within the 25, we wouldn't need this motion. But that's why we need this motion. And because we're not full at our 25 complement, we have room in the budget. And then, of course, we expect fine revenue to offset their costs.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through you. That adds a little bit more flavor to what I was going to ask Mr. Edney. I suppose I'm wondering if all of those 25 positions were filled and then these additional two, then it would be a budget implication. So we're saying that we're not expecting to fill all of the positions that we currently have budgeted.
Mr. Edney?
Yes, that is correct. Given the nature of some of the leaves, where we know they're long-term leave or potentially not returning, or they're off for a position, we budget accordingly. We always have availability if all 25 showed up to do it, but we generally budget for what we expect to actually members to be. It's sort of like staff at the city. We never have 100% complement of everybody working at the time. So while we budget for that, it rarely ever happens. So we do have lots of flexibility to fit these in.
Great, thank you. Some additional questions, Your Worship?
Yeah.
In that case, it sounds like these will be relatively easy positions to fill. Is there any sense of when they would be filled?
Well, the process, like I said, first comes with a motion from you guys and then a letter to the minister. Then as that is happening, I reach out to my organ class in order to get 2 positions added to my classification. Once that is completed, which is not a long period of time, would happen in like a week or so, if it were to start. Then they would have to post a lateral posting on our job board that stays open for 2 to 3 weeks. And then after that, the person is named and then it can be filled as soon as they can get here.
Thank you. I'm taking some notes on that. I suppose my last question on that would be, how would this role be different than the traffic enforcement that the CPOs are doing right now? Because I think that's a pretty big part of some of their roles. And how would that coordination happen between the CPOs and these new members for that kind of enforcement?
Right. So a lot of it will parallel as well with the enforcement that CPOs can do. But the extra stuff that the CPOs cannot deal with, like criminal code stuff, executing warrants and so forth, things that they would have to call RCMP for, we would be able to just take that on and continue on with it. Also in these positions, they'll be able to investigate the higher end collisions and so forth that are happening within the community. So that's another component that they would be able to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to these positions? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to possibly Mr. Edney, maybe Mr. Fluker. I'm just wondering, to Councillor Sambo's comment about the RCMP versus the CPOs doing this, because it looks like we're largely going down this road for traffic enhancement, not necessarily the higher crimes that were just mentioned. I'm wondering, what is the delta between what an RCMP officer would be versus what a CPO officer would be to do traffic enforcement?
Mr. Fluker.
So there's clearly, to the Mayor and Council, there's clearly a lot of crossover. But as Staff Sergeant Clausen pointed out, the RCMP, of course, is the major body that can investigate criminal code issues as it might relate to serious traffic accidents and those kinds of things. The CPOs don't have that authority. So their role is somewhat diminished in that they can certainly write regular provincial traffic tickets on a regular basis, which they do. And that doesn't mean that the RCP can't do that or won't do that. In fact, they will. And what I see coming from this, if these positions are approved, is an enhanced collaboration. I again know that the RCMP has challenges with staffing, and I think that this would alleviate it significantly. We recently conducted a joint commercial truck stop that involved the RCMP and the Sheriff's Department and our CPOs, and it was extremely successful. Sent, I think, the proper message into the community. It does generate revenue, which isn't the sole purpose of it. It's more for safety, but these kinds of efforts could happen on a more regular basis with this kind of enforcement. And again, with these dedicated RCMP positions, the visibility in the community will no doubt be enhanced. And I think that's an important message, not only for our citizens to see that this is in fact occurring, but for those that would commit traffic offenses are more likely to pay attention and less likely with the ability to have these RCMP officers on duty and visible and active in the community. So in answer to your question, Councillor Grant, I'm not sure exactly where that delta is. That's yet to be seen, but I would view this as a very positive move for the city and citizens of Chestermere.
I'd also like to caution council and administration, but I want to caution council to be aware of any conversation where it could be perceived that funding of CPOs is being utilized to take on responsibilities of police. That will heavily be unsupported by the province, especially Minister Ellis. Minister Ellis cannot be more clear on this. The police are the police, and your peace officers are your peace officers, and they serve very distinct functions. Also, I think it's worth noting that there is a high danger. There is a danger that exists. On traffic stops, and police have more tools at their disposal for their own personal protection in a higher risk situation. I know it's not something that we often want to think about or be aware of, but in my limited interaction with law enforcement, on a positive, there is a some of the highest risk response that law enforcement go to are actually traffic stops, because there is so much that is unknown when you are walking up to that window and how quickly that situation can change. So just want to just a little bit of caution on some of what we are looking at.
Another thing to add too is that RCMP can produce alcohol screening device. So for a mandatory alcohol screening, so with the province, we can conduct that at every vehicle stop, whereas the CPOs cannot. They do not have that training or authority. Thank you.
And I also want to caution us on the, yes, obviously the byproduct of having traffic enforcement is that fine revenue happens. I was at a public open house last night, and I probably got asked by 13, 14 different people at least about traffic and traffic concerns and speeding and stacking up of car. Like, there is some infrastructure work that we have to do, obviously, but unfortunately, and I say this with a bit of caution, unfortunately, right now, it seems that we have some residents that if a road is straight and long, they speed on it right now. And this is not just in one area of our community. This is throughout our community. And we literally have this as a priority of traffic safety and road enforcement. So I also just want to caution the language around fine, as opposed to, this is more about, this is a concern that, like I said, last night I went to public open house for a development, and probably when I was there for the hour and a half I was there, probably 30 minutes of that conversation was about road safety and traffic and tickets and speeding that is happening in our community. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. My internal dialogue to what you were saying is not so much that CPOs would be taking work away from police officers, but the other way. I was kind of curious to see this report coming forward because it didn't make sense to me that officers who have that advanced training and they're all kitted out would be interested in doing this over more advanced police work, let's say. So one of the questions that I'm sussing out is, how protected is this role? So through you, Your Worship, how protected is this role if we get a call from Strathmore that says all hands on deck? Are they staying behind, or are they going with everybody else who's on shift to go and help?
If we have a priority one, we will deploy as many people as we can to it. Depending, doesn't matter what rank you are, what position you're in. If there is something that needs assistance, we will be able to deploy them to it. Their day-to-day focus would be on their substantive, whether it's traffic or whatever, but if something is going off the rails, then we all attend.
But it'd be fair to say that happens right now with our community liaison officer.
Same
right?
thing.
His focus
Absolutely.
is on the community. He's at community events. He's here. He's coming to he's coming to meetings. He's in schools. But if he's in the middle of a school presentation, and that call comes, he's gone.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
But his day-to-day focus is all of that.
Correct.
Right. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through the chair, to administration. I'm stuck, and this might be on debate, and so we might have to put this on the motion on the table. So stop me if you're feeling like this is debate. You mentioned that this is 2 additional positions to our complement of 25, and well, we're not expecting those positions to fill up. Should all the stars align and those positions fill up, this would be considered a budget increase. And may I say, it is a significant budget increase. I'm having trouble squaring that circle to make this appointment without having this a part of our budget discussions. I'm thinking this is debate.
I'm not worried about it being debate. I have a different concern with it. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. So to Deputy Mayor Schindler's question, we can speak practically. We've never come close in this community to meeting our full complement. What are we at right now, Staff Sergeant?
Nope.
Nope.
I would rather not do that.
So I'll leave it at that we never come close. We don't even budget for our full complement because there are situations where we just know someone is not going to be replaced. But if they can't come back, I understand your concern.
Yeah.
I can speak with 99.9% confidence we will not be in that position that you're concerned about.
Let me say that in the 4.5 years that I've been here, we have never been at 100% complement.
Yeah,
and we only pay for the full-time equivalents, right? So
right. So I'm just talking basic numbers, and when it comes to budget in the fall, we're going to see that increase probably on our books to be at 27 members. Am I wrong on that?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. So for full transparency, I know the intent isn't to force these people to write tickets, but it's a net zero at the end of the day, even if they were a new complement, because we will include fine revenue like we do with CPOs and like we do with the RCMP right now. We will include fine revenue to offset the cost of the member, because that's at least a minimum expectation with how present they'll be, how much of a problem traffic is in our community, that they will easily bring in revenue equivalent to their salary, if not multiple times more. So from a budget perspective, given the uniqueness of these 2 particular positions and their main priority and duty, I don't see us in a spot where we end up in a net position expending more funds.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney and Mr. Fluker and Kathy Klassen. Sorry. No, thank you. Actually, the concern of our community is always, we heard from the residents, there is a traffic issue and there's other issues as well. And I'm happy this position is coming forward. I know we are not near close. I still remember those numbers where we are sitting at. Adding 2 is not even for the budget implication, because we are already halfway through of the year as well. And actually, I'm looking forward for that. Thank you for that, because then at least some of right now the pressure, it will start coming down with those officers, and that's why we definitely are looking forward for that.
Okay, thank you. So with Mr. Fluker.
Thank you to the mayor and council, and this is to Deputy Mayor Schindler. I just wanted to address the numbers. If we ever achieved a situation where we were able to fill every position that is approved and could be approved today, we have the mechanism that we can turn those positions back to the RCMP and we don't incur that cost. Is that correct, Staff Sergeant?
So in the event that you do meet a full complement and that's not where you want to be at fiscally, what you can do is you can put a block on a position. So if a member were to transfer out, you could block that position from it being filled. Does that make sense? So then you can, lack of a better words, control that position and reopen it when you feel like you're fiscally able to.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for that clarification. I just want to be clear that I'm not against traffic or traffic enforcement and that. I'm just wanted, the numbers are important to me. So thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Fluker?
And just one other comment to the Mayor and Council. I would like to address the comment she'd made earlier about the distinction between the CPOs and the RCMP. We regularly discuss that among the CPOs and ensure that they know what their role is and not to exceed or go beyond that. There are occasions when the RCMP may contact them for assistance or follow-up, in which case they are under the control and direction of the RCMP and cannot exceed their authority, and nor is it ever our intent to do so. So I just wanted to clarify that we clearly understand what that role is. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I believe that we're at the point where we can move to the motion for council to approve the establishment of 2 RCMP regular member constable positions for traffic services investigator duty. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the establishment of the 2 RCMP regular member constable position for traffic service investigator duties.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I've been listening to all the commentary up here before presenting the motion, and I feel very confident that we've covered all the bases in regards to approvals, both at the federal level and from a financial standpoint. This is a slam dunk. Our community's been asking for support on the streets, so I'm glad to hear that our presenter, that administration and Staff Sergeant has a lead on a couple of people, and also very confident that they're going to be working hand in glove with our CPOs that are out there in regards to traffic. So I'll be voting heavily in favor of this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to vote in favor of it too. I was kind of going back and forth on what's appropriate, but I also know traffic stops and that kind of thing are very unsafe if you're not properly kitted and that kind of thing. I had an opportunity to visit K Division in Edmonton with Alberta municipalities. Got a challenge coin.
Yeah.
It's very cool. And seeing some of the stuff they have going on there, it really hit home for me how different police and peace officers are and the division of responsibilities. So I mean, that's just that's a thought that I'm putting out into the nether, that I think we have some work to still do about deciding how all this is fitting together. We have another report coming back. But I did want to commend all y'all for listening to what community is saying and how this is a big issue, because at least we can show we're trying to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Mr. Edney, where would you like me to sail the ship next? Because I know that we were waiting for some information back on another one. So do you want me to go to e-scooters next, just for fun?
No, we can.
No?
Well, we can go backwards if you want to.
Well,
Let's jump to start and go in order.
well, yeah, you're the one with the 4 presentations that you've been complaining about incessantly since the day you started. So, so we'll go to 13.2.1. Correct? Is that what I'm doing?
Correct.
Okay. So, going to 13.2.1, which is bylaw 029-26, which is the Chief Administrative Office. Oh, my goodness. Chief Administrative Officer bylaw. That is why we say CAO. Being presented by Mr. Edney. Mr. Edney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. If you read the new bylaw, you could also call me city manager if you so desire. These really important things we deal with in municipal government. So, just here to present to council an update to the Chief Administrative Officer bylaw. This is something that was approved back in 2023 originally. If you recall, last year there was also a Chief Administrative Officer delegation order that council then rescinded, which is a CAO policy. We talked about that at that time. But one of the things, as we've been working through all of our bylaws and all of our policies, is we've just noticed that there's some things in the current CAO bylaw that are missing, some things that are out to date. There's been a lot of changes in the Municipal Government Act since the original one was approved. So we've been working through this for a number of months and just wanted to get this in front of council for some discussion on some particular points that I'd like some council input into, and some thoughts for things that are going to hopefully be coming in the fall time related to this particular CAO bylaw. It's a little bit out of order here, in that normally we'd bring something simply for discussion to gap. But what I would like to do, if possible, there are a couple sections in here that we may want to remove from right now, but there is a couple that are important that if we could look at maybe moving this along and approve before the break would be helpful. So not going to spend a lot of time on the actual RFD or RFI here, I guess at this point. Really, you're required under the MGA to approve the position. One and only one CAO is allowed. There's a lot of provisions in the MGA that dictate what my role is and what I need to do. That council obviously can't change because the MGA overrides that. But I did talk with Mayor Dean a little bit. We do have a bunch of things that are in the MGA repeated in this bylaw, just again for clarity, so that it's clear, so anybody that reads it. We didn't want to make it into a job description, but again, wanted to catch some of the important things. And there have been a couple of changes. So maybe as we walk through this here, if we want to go to the bylaw, we can kind of walk through. I'll explain some of the changes, open it up for questions, but mostly want to bring a couple things to your attention. So one of the big changes, and we've talked about this in some of the conversations we've had between council and myself, is in the MGA, new changes were made that anything that council asks for under section 153D. So section 153D says that one of the duties of a council member is to obtain operational and administrative information about the city from the CAO. So that could be, hey, Mr. Edney, how are we going to fund our next 10 years of capital projects, to, hey, Mr. Edney, when's Aspenmere Park going to be mown? And not making light, both are important, but what comes back is that under the MGA, any question related to anything operationally, I have to report to all of council within 72 hours. And we have found that that becomes fairly cumbersome in filling up email boxes with lots of information that every councillor may or may not actually be interested in. I'm guessing everybody would be interested in what is our financial outlook like for the next 10 years, but everybody's not necessarily worried about when exactly a crosswalk line is going to be painted at a particular crosswalk, although that could be a question I get. So we've provided some of this feedback, CAOs especially, to the provincial government and to the minister, and said this just becomes cumbersome. They had brought in the same with natural person powers as well, but they addressed those in the MGA, and now it's only if I use my natural person powers outside of council-approved budget, council-approved motions, and day-to-day operations. But one of the things they brought in, so if we're on page 4, if we can just skip down a couple of pages, and I'll tackle this first, and I don't think we need an answer today, but I want to put this in council's thought process, is there's going to be regulations coming forth that allows council to pass a bylaw that dictates how I communicate with council. And one of those provisions is going to be a substantial request. So anything that council defines as substantial request or substantial information is where then the 72-hour rule kicks in, where full information needs to be disclosed to every councillor. And anything outside of that becomes just a simple question, right? That just can go back to that individual councillor. So again, it doesn't have to be today, but it's something I want council to start thinking about how that may look. Now, the minister hasn't passed the regulations. He may, in those regulations, dictate what that is, but everything else in the MGA and the conversations we've had with him is that Despite the regulations, they will leave this up to every individual council to decide for themselves. So the City of Calgary obviously is going to have a different level of threshold, I would assume, of substantial information than the Village of Hussar will. And of course, City of Chestermere is going to sit somewhere in between. So I'd like council to think about, when we've talked about all of our communication policies, what might work for you from a substantial information. So again, that can't be part of this bylaw that we pass right now, because those regulations haven't been passed yet. We expect those to come in the fall. So if we keep working through, I'll just kind of go page by page if we can here, Josh. So the next page, again, this is what we have in all of our bylaws, nothing interesting here. On the next page, again, something we've changed in this bylaw, and we've been working with the other municipalities, in our MCC group, to come up with something that's pretty similar across all areas that captures everything. With some legal opinion. In our previous bylaw, we designated the municipal assessor as a designated officer, as well as the development authority. The MGA says that if you don't designate anybody, therefore the CAO has that power. This is simpler, cleaner, lets me then decide who those designated officers are. So for example, if council wanted to say, and you have the right to say, we designate an officer as a chief financial officer, it becomes your job to actually appoint someone to that position. Although they report to me, the MGA would say that it's your job to appoint that position. And I think even though that's in the MGA, it's kind of contrary to how the rest of the MGA reads. So legal advice was to leave me as the designated officer, and I'll be that position unless I otherwise set it up in the org chart. Delegation authority is pretty straightforward. Acting CAO, this is more for council. Hey, if I'm gone, I need to put somebody in charge. And if I'm gone for more than 4 weeks, you need to actually appoint someone to be an interim CAO. So if I end up on a medical leave, or I'm, as our previous I'm asked to retire by council. Hopefully that doesn't happen. There is an obligation for you to put somebody in as a CAO. The general powers and duties, as we work through that, most of these are listed in the MGA. If I can go to 5.1.3, this is something, again, I'd like council to take consideration of this. So for the public, council knows this, but outside of the very limited things in the MGA that it says I will do, council does everything unless you delegate it to me. So, for example, if we look at 5.1.2.3, many of our peer municipalities actually say that it's the CAO that can negotiate and approve collective bargaining agreements. Right now, how we do it is we negotiate it and we come back to council for approval. I have no preference either way. If council would like to change that to I can negotiate and recommend approval to council, that's something you can do. Again, same thing right now in our CAO bylaw. If you look at 5.1.2.1, it says I can do all of that provided I've notified you in advance. And that's kind of a weird provision in that if I'm just notifying you, what's the point of doing that in advance? It's not really seeking permission. The whole medicine hat fiasco started because of that. It's not a recommended practice to have council actually set anything that happens below the CAO. That's the intent of the CAO under the Municipal Government Act. Otherwise, I think everything is fairly straightforward, pretty consistent with our previous one, and pretty consistent with the MGA. I would like to jump forward to Section 7 under financial management. This is, again, everything that's in the Municipal Government Act that I am required to do. We've just laid it out again for reference for council related to banking, investments, capital and financial plans, and budgets. The one thing that our current CAO bylaw doesn't do, and I've talked with you multiple times about this, is Section 7.5. So every other CAO bylaw I can find allows for some provision like this. And a good example would be earlier this year, we had a capital budget item where council had approved a budget of $75,000. And after we went out to procurement, the price came in at $78,000. We had to prepare a report, go through the process, come to council, and ask council to approve a $3,000 change to a simple budget item that then held that particular item up and created a bunch of work for council. So the intent of this in here, and I'm looking really for your input into the numbers and whether you actually agree with something like this to smooth out the process and how often administration comes to council, is under the budget adjustment, where the CAO may authorize budget reallocations between existing programs or projects. So if we have money under contracted services and we're working on a project where we think it would be better to spend that in the planning department versus the engineering department because the engineering department doesn't need the money anymore, I can go ahead and just move the money between the two and say this is in the benefit of what we're doing day to day operationally. So in an operating budget, it would not be more than $250,000 per adjustment. For reference, who we took this from, that was $1 million. And in the capital budget, it's again, as long as we have capital somewhere, $500,000 per adjustment. Again, this is thinking about some of the larger projects. Again, who we took this from, their CEO was authorized for $2 million. Both of those numbers I thought would not be acceptable to council. So looking for some input of what you think you'd be comfortable with the provision that it ultimately doesn't change our budget. So in no way, shape, or form can the CAO add additional expenditures to the budget, but the CAO can move some money between projects in relatively small amounts that don't change the ultimate budget. The recommended legal wording from the legal department is, if we rewind back to budget, the intent of setting the budget is to determine the tax levy. So that's why it's worded as does not result in an increase to the net requirement from the tax levy. So again, I can't add $1 million project if we don't have space already. Well, I can't add $1 million project anyways. I can't add a $500,000 project if we don't have space in the budget. So would open that to council kind of as I'm done walking through here to think about that. One other thing in the financial management part I want to point out is the emergency expenditures. So under the emergency management bylaw, the director of emergency management has authorization under that to spend money in an emergency, but that's in an emergency where like a SOL is declared. So a tornado rips through town, the dam breaches, and it's something where that is engaged. Where this is let's say this afternoon the bridge crumbled across Chestermere Lake, and we need to go spend some money this afternoon to clean it out of the lake and put some sort of temporary structure in place. That's what this type of emergency is defined as, where it's something, significant impact to the community that can't wait 2 weeks to come back to council to get approval to do that type of thing. So that's the difference between those two emergency expenditure items. The other one I'd like to bring to council's attention would be 8.4. Again, what's my authority to settle a lawsuit? Are you okay with that? Do you want to take it out? Everything has to come to council? Or is there something in there where we're dealing with these small legal items that I can authorize that? So there's $1 million in here right now. You can change that to any number you want. Again, this is your bylaw. Otherwise, everything else, again, is pretty straightforward. Hope you've had the chance to read it. I do want to add in, one last thing that I highlighted. I keep saying I'm on the last thing, but if we go to 10.3, so this is something I think I've been talking about with Mayor Dean and something I would like to do in practice, but we don't have a particular process for it. So under the MGA and under the procurement policy, anything we've budgeted, I have the authority to sign the contract and move it on. However, we've talked about when there are big projects. So for example, a new fire truck, a new fire hall, recreation center, something big. Like to have a provision in there where at that point I'm required, or future CAO is required, to bring that back to council and have that discussion around where that looks like. So I know some municipalities do that in different ways. You don't want to get down to every single procurement, having a contract come back, but where we are getting into big dollar amount procurements, have a provision where that comes back to council. Again, you don't need to have that in there, and you can change that amount to any amount you see fit. Other than that, everything else is taken from the MGA, and again here just for clarity. So I've mentioned a lot. Maybe we can turn it over and talk about some of these particular items if council would like to, or any direction to take this back and relook at how it's structured or how it's worded, or take things out, add things in at your discretion. Again, as it is your bylaw defining what the intent of the CAO position is.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through the chair to admin, to our CAO. Just some, brief clarity questions. When you say that you're this bylaw would give you, or the CAO, the authority to approve expenditures, like the procurement agreements and things like that, up to $2 million. I assume that would have been part of a budget discussion, and council would have approved the budget line. This is not over and above what we've approved for a budget. Is that the case? Unless it's the emergency expenditure section.
Mr. Ardney?
Yeah, so to Deputy Mayor, there are kind of two questions I think in there. So related to the procurement agreements, right now, how as it stands, I can sign any procurement agreement as long as it was in the budget. So if we budgeted, for example, a $15 million fire hall, we go through procurement, I can sign off on that because it's budgeted and we have approval.
Mm-hmm.
What this is doing is, in practice, nothing stops me from coming back to council and saying, hey, I'd like you to take a look at this. This is a direction from council saying you must come back and talk to us about anything over whatever threshold. So I put in $2 million just so we're not, bringing back every weed harvester or thing like that. So that's open for debate. So you're right, it would already be a budgeted item, but this is a secondary provision from council to just say, hey, if it's expensive, bring it back so we can talk about it before you award something. As far as the adding the money to the budget, so again, that's not adding any new funds. It just gives some ability to not have to bring every single little amendment to council for approval. So in the example of those parks trailers that needed $4,000 more, we're underspent by, well, you'll see in the later report, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on other projects. So I could just take $4,000 from one of those projects. And again, it's not changing the overall amount of money that's being spent, just a reallocation among those approved projects.
Thank you for that clarity.
And a good question, I think we should look at the wording. It's a reallocation. So we chose reallocation very specifically, so I cannot add a new project. So for example, I can reallocate if you've approved 10 capital projects and one looks like it's going over budget by $50,000 and another one looks like it's under budget by $50,000, I can reallocate that so that we can move forward on both, but I can't go and add a new project in that council hasn't already approved. So same thing in the operating budget. If you've approved similar type of expenditures, I can move the money to offset some of those small adjustments in each of them. But nothing new is added to the budget.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? Councillor Sandwell.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few comments, I suppose, on this. Many of my questions have been answered by your comments, Mr. Edney, so thank you. As far as I'm concerned, if something is already budgeted, there's no harm in having a $1 million, $2 million threshold to bring back to council, but if it's already budgeted, we've already spent a significant amount of time debating it. So for me, I would personally just take that out. I did want to clarify that in either case, if you enter into an agreement, Mr. Edney, Is there a requirement to notify council that that has happened? So at minimum, there would be a notification.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, so right now, under the MGA, when they brought their new natural person powers in, that's taken out. So because it would be a budgeted item, I don't need to report back to council. But again, that's something you could put in here, that the provisions do allow that if I enter into some agreement over, and that's that, if I enter into some agreement over $500,000, then I need to let you know within 72 hours or at the next meeting. So the MGA kind of took, as long as it's a budgeted item, I can do that. So a procurement contract, again, for a fire hall, yeah, that would be okay. A contract to enter into, yeah, something not in the budget or already planned for is what I'd have to bring back to you anyways.
Okay, thank you. I would prefer if we had something in here that said it had to just at least be notification, because we do need to spot check. We do need to make sure that policies are followed. If anyone had an issue with some agreement, we could ask questions about procurement policies, that kind of thing. I would appreciate if that was in there. Related to that, under 5.1.2.3, on the negotiating and approving collective agreements, I'm personally comfortable with the negotiating of collective agreements, but I'd like to see the approving come to council because it does potentially have a budget implication outside of what was discussed. So I could imagine a situation where a CAO negotiated and approved a 10 times increase in a collective agreement, and that would have a significant budget implication. I had one other in here. Also, under the budget adjustments for 7.5, maybe just adding another word. So, does not result in an increase to the net requirements from the budgeted tax levy? Because are we talking about the budgeted levy, or if there's a surplus in the budget, does that give the CAO some authority to spend within that surplus?
Mr. Edney?
So, yes, I think the way it's worded right now, so we don't ever budget for a surplus, of course, right? We budget for a balanced budget. I guess that's a question for council. So, if we decided or if we found halfway through the year that we're underspent in some category, yeah, thinking it through, it's not, so if we're underspent in a category, nothing stops us from spending it by the end of the year because council already approved that. So this isn't really relevant necessarily to this. It's where we know we might overspend in one particular category and underspend in another. It can offset those, but it's, I suppose if you didn't overspend in the other category, you'd end up with some type of surplus based on the under expenditure. So that's kind of where these thresholds come in, of where I'm not out necessarily moving $4 million around to find a way to spend it. And I think part of this too has to go back to, you've brought up not necessarily a bad apple CAO, but you also have to have faith in your CAO that they're not going to just go find a way to spend every last dollar that doesn't get spent. So that's why there are some limits in here per occurrence. But yeah, it is worded. You might want to put some stronger wording around the budgeted part.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I have so much faith in every CAO, so much faith, but more just for clarity. What happens if there is a little extra money? Because I might be misreading this, but suppose there's this magical situation where every single capital item is on time and completely on budget, except for one. And for whatever reason, we have 1,000 extra homes come online. And now all of a sudden there's more tax revenue coming in. wouldn't this say, hey, we have an extra, I don't know, let's say an extra $1 million in tax revenue, and under this, I can spend $500,000 more on that other capital project. So it would be outside of the total capital allocation, taken from a surplus that wasn't budgeted for.
Mr. Edney?
Oh, so sorry. Thank you, Councillor Sandbo. So to your question, so that's a different scenario that I guess doesn't happen. So the reason it takes us so long to actually do final budget is because we have to set the tax levy for that budget year in April. So we already know how many homes are coming. We've already accounted for that. So there's not going to be all of a sudden an extra tax revenue that comes in during 2025. I think the situation you're describing would go, or 2026 would go to 2027 budget and be a whole other discussion. And the example you used of, again, let's say we had 10 capital projects and 9 of them are on budget and on target, and the 10th one is going to go over budget. I have to come back to council because there is no space in the capital budget. If 8 of them are on track and on budget and 1 is under by $500,000 and the 10th one is over by $500,000, I can reallocate between those 2 projects because it keeps our total expenditure at what was approved by council.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to you, Mr. Edney, I see that you're just proposing an RFI on this and you're likely taking notes from feedback from Councillor Sandbo and others. Are you looking for feedback now, or do you want to wait until this is brought back for first reading so we can debate and go through these items, or what are you looking for to eventually get this bylaw passed?
So there are 2 things. One, depending on the number of questions that were coming today, it is written as an RFI, but we can do it as an RFD if you wanted to do a first reading and make amendments. If there's something council has relative consensus on, I can make some of these small changes and then bring it back on the 28th or to GAP next week for further discussion. That really is up to council. If there's not substantive changes, other than a couple of small words, we can go to first reading. But if there's going to be some things that really need to change, then I'd want to bring it back to the 28th.
Yeah, I'm fine to present a motion to go to first reading. There are some things that I'd like, and they're immaterial, that I'd like to see is a designate in case you become incapacitated or but not an automatic designate. You have to designate somebody. But is there an automatic one?
No, we do it then.
No.
Oh, then we do it. Okay. And then, yeah, if council desires at first reading, we can review some of the amounts, even though I'm fine with the amounts as the way they are for any of these levels of approval. So, yeah, just wanted to understand which direction you want to move forward if you wanted to change this to an RFI or an RFD if there's no material changes. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney. My question is, it's not I trust you. Yes, you're doing very good work. But when there is the dollar value come because we are answerable to our taxpayer. So over there, I just need some more clarification on that. That is my concern for 7.5 and 8.4 as well, because I just want to be transparent to the public for that one. And the same is 10.3. The emergency one, 7.6, I'd be good with that, because it's an emergency situation in cases that happen. But I do have a strongly opinion, so that is my concern for the dollar value. So that's what it is. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I sure hope I'm doing this the right way, because I saw in here that the intent for this was to gather council's feedback. So I went through this pretty detailed, but stop me if you don't want to see that. I did actually reach out to some peers, and so regarding that substantial information piece, I'm not sure if you found this in your research, because it seems like some of this is not put in place yet, But some other communities have said substantial information includes 2 or more departments being involved, or over $2,000 of staff time, which I feel is quite a low threshold, or something that affects the whole city. So that's some of the feedback that I got back, and maybe there's a version of that we could do. Personally, I definitely think if it's an issue that affects the whole city, that's something that all of council should know about. Maybe we could also do a number of hours to gather information, so that if someone's asking a question that's essentially a complicated FOIP request, maybe all of council needs to know that before 400 hours of labor are put into something.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. That's good input, Councillor Sambo. And is that when they then require a motion to come back to council, or is it just? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so been doing a lot of listening during this. I have a couple of recommendations. Number one, I would encourage us to just accept for information at this time, and to take this away, and similar to even what Councillor Sambo has just done, start to come up with some really, like a really specific list of what we think would be substantive information, and share that within, and then bring that forward publicly as to what that could look like. I also think that there should be provisions in there for budget, and my questions around budget has to do with definitions of budget. And what I mean by that is the lived experience that this municipality has lived of what is the definition of a budgeted item? And how do we make sure that it is broad enough that we can do our jobs, but specific enough where if it's too broad, then there is the potential for something to go sideways. And so that is something that I would like to see within. I'm not sure if that's even something that can come into definitions, or if that's something that we need to look at budget. But that is a concern that I have with regards to this idea. Yeah, but it was budgeted. What does that mean exactly? Right? So I think about things like, so I don't necessarily, council does not necessarily want to nor need to be involved in a line by line by line, but I wouldn't mind seeing, is there a way that we can define that, and how do we have that conversation? Because I do have lived experience, personal concern with that particular item. And then on the designated officers piece, but council doesn't hire these people, is that correct? They could designate them, but are they not hired by the CAO? Because the only one that the council can hire is the CAO. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So no, I would hire them, but then they have to come back to council to be appointed. And if for some reason you decided not to appoint them, then that's going to annul their employment. So sort of like me, you can sign an employment contract with me, but if council doesn't make the motion to appoint me as a CAO, then I don't actually have a job. So it just becomes, there could be a situation where it'd be cumbersome.
And on the items such as 7.5, do we have any other comparables that we've looked at for, say, cities our size as to what numbers they have in their budgets? Or, sorry, in their bylaws, I apologize. Mr. Edney.
Sorry, I got everything out of order here. Yeah, this is pretty consistent. Again, it all depends on, what I've noticed is it's a relative scope to the size of their budget, right? So we kind of came up with these two numbers based on us doing roughly a $60 million operating budget, and you know, I guess our capital budget varies, but many of our capital items fall underneath that $500,000 adjustment threshold. So we haven't done a direct comparison line by line. I know, for example, community with quadruple our budget, these numbers are about quadruple the numbers that are in here. So again, it's what does council feel comfortable with? I think we all, from my perspective, I think it's one of the other options that was in here that you could consider, and I actually like, is a percentage of the budget item not to exceed. So for example, I think it was not the best use of time to come for $3,000 on $75,000. But I also don't think I should make $75,000 $200,000, right? I think that's the tension you're getting at, right? So again, I think we could maybe word this to make it sure that each adjustment is also reasonable. So $500,000 on a rec center is going to be nothing. But $500,000 on a $75,000 project, I can assure you I'm not going to add more than 30% or 25% or 10% to a project without coming and saying, hey, council, for this price, do you really still want to do this? But that might be a good spot in here where we look at something like a percentage of the budget, or a smaller minimum threshold, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wozniacki.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to you, Mr. Edney. I like where you're going with that, certainly. You can also, it may be a consideration to cover that also in your procurement policy, that you have a reasonable threshold under the procurement policy, provided it meets the budgets of the established, approved council budget. And whether we do it in this bylaw or in a policy, I think you could certainly draft it up such that you do have that flexibility if, it's a marginal drop in the bucket that may be over budget. You could also tie it to where you have the ability to do that, especially when you're under budget in other areas. I'd like to also add that whether we do it here or in a different policy is some feedback on what our budgets look like at the variance points when we're reviewing at budget time, interim budget time, and then just whenever we're reviewing capital projects or operating budgets. Because at that time you can say, oh, by the way, we've approved $30 million worth of projects, and it just so happens that we are $100,000 under budget at this point. And we do have other projects, and yes, we haven't counted the money for the rest of the year, but this is kind of where we're at. That's important information for us to give administration all the support they need to manage budgets if they are over or under that marginal threshold of approvals by project.
Okay. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. As we're talking about this, I also think it's not necessarily defined in the reporting section, but under here it could be, and also to notify council when I make these adjustments. It doesn't say that in here, but that could be, that's I think important too as well. Of, again, practically I would do that, but let's write it down so everybody knows that needs to happen, and then you can gain comfort as time goes on as to what those adjustments look like.
Okay. So we've provided a lot of feedback today, and I know that there's been a lot of notes taken. I don't think that we'd be ready to go to a first reading, because then I think we're going to be at this for another hour just to do a first reading. So I would recommend that we take this away. I would recommend council, hopefully you've highlighted the sections that the CAO has asked us to look at, as well as coming back with your own list of what it means for a substantial request. What are substantial requests / seeking of information, to come back with our own list. So, Mr. Edney, when do you think that this will come back? When should council expect this to come back onto an agenda for us to discuss further and then look at going into first reading?
Thanks, Mayor Dean. So I think we had a pretty good discussion here. I don't think there's going to be a lot of detail to look at during next week's GAP meeting. I'm under a tight timeline to turn this around to get it back on the agenda. I would also suggest, because we're just talking about this at this point, if you have suggestions, send them in an email, right? If you have any wording. And I'd like to bring this back on the 28th.
Okay.
And if we can get all 3 readings done, great. If not, we can just look at it again in September.
So let's have a deadline by the end of the week, feedback?
Yep.
Okay. So council will have a deadline by the end of the week, and then to have this come back on the 28th. Okay, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion then to accept this for information, please? Councillor Wozniacki.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council accept the discussion on bylaw number 029-26, being the Chief Administrative Officer bylaw, for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take our lunch break and we will come back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our lunch break and now headed into the afternoon portion of our meeting. We'll be starting with item 13.2.2, which is our capital projects update, which is being presented again by our CAO, Mr. Ken Edney. Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Council, and thank you, Mayor Dean. So I will present this particular report, but I've got the directors and got some of our project managers in the room if there's a particular question around a particular item that I can't handle. But again, I want to reflect that my staff did all this work, and I'm not going to take credit for it. I will just present it on their behalf. So just quickly, back in May, when Council approved the final budget, Council made a motion. Can we go to the next slide, Josh? I wonder if I should grab the clicker here. Sorry. Thanks, Janine. So Council made a motion to approve the 2026 final capital budget as amended at that time, with the caveat that any project not initiated is on hold until approved by Council. So that's what we're back here for today, is to talk about those projects that became subject to this motion and get some guidance from Council on these particular projects of what we would like to do. So this first, let's see here. Okay, just showing generally the status of the $38 million, $38.5 million total capital budget. About $5.3 million of projects was subject to this motion and have been put on hold. So you can kind of see on the graph what the breakdown looks like. Going to the next page here, this is a list of projects that are proceeding or completed or at the time were not subject to this particular motion. So pretty extensive list of projects. At the time Council made this motion, I said the irony of it was this year, unlike last year, my direction to staff, of course, was once we get the budget approved, let's actually start going and working on things. So most of the projects that Council had approved, we'd already been working on. So I'll kind of jump through these slides pretty quickly here. Again, if you have a question about anything, we can always jump back to this. Get ahead to, okay, so let's talk about the projects that are on hold. So the first one is our high school site readiness. So originally, and just, I guess I should have jumped into this at the start. Sorry, I got going too much. So Council, you all have a handout confidentially in your agenda package that has the actual dollar numbers on here. Again, just reflecting for public, what our process is when it comes to capital projects is we use dollar signs to reflect a rough budget range. You can see at the bottom of this slide, $1 signs up to 100,000, 2 is 100,000 to $1 million, and so on. Why we do this is just we find it's easier to get more competitive bids when we don't disclose what our budget is, and we just require those bidders to give us what they truly believe they can spend the project on. I think in most cases we've done well on that. We've had one small project where we were off by $3,000 that came back to Council, but otherwise it served us well. So I'll kind of walk through each of these projects. If you have any specific questions, maybe jump in. We have some of the staff here that can answer some of these questions. So the first one that was on hold was this high school site readiness. So really what this means, and we had some discussion on this before, this is not the building envelope side of the high school. So that is not impacted. That is still continuing the working forward. This is the playfield side. And so the original scope of this budget was to essentially do some small preparation, potentially grade the land, seed it, that kind of thing. Where it's evolved to now is this is going to be a high school, and the discussion is around what should a high school field site look like. I.e., should we have a running track? Should we have football poles for a football field? Should there be bleachers? Should it be soccer field, turf, all that kind of stuff? So where the team is at now at this point is to continue on with this project, but on a rescoped budget of just to do the design portion of the work. So I think in your package, correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, let me get to the right page here. You have an updated number in the recommendation side that's smaller. If you look at the bottom of the page, it's got $2 signs under the recommendation. In your package, you can see it's a smaller amount than was in the original budget. Administration would just like to move forward with the design and the planning for an ultimate play field that's suitable for a high school site. So that'd be the request on this high school site readiness. Again, if there's any questions, I think Junaid can help answer some of that detail if council wants. The next project.
Sorry, what is the definition of an ultimate playfield?
Good afternoon, respected council. Through the chair, basically how we want to basically go with that as an ultimate playfield is the programming, what is required. So the original scope, as Kent has mentioned, that it was basically the landscaping, seeding, and regrading the surface. The ultimate playfield will have the programming installed into it, whether we have a soccer field, a football field, bleachers, irrigation system, stormwater management system, everything that will become the whole program of that playfield. So that's the ultimate.
How do we push for a turf field? Because that would be done through Rocky View Schools, I believe. Or is that us? Are we responsible for this field?
Yes. So under the joint use agreement with the Rocky Fields, city is responsible for delivering this field. They only define, Rocky View will only define what they require, but city basically provides that service. We have had that discussion in the past with the Rocky View Schools, and turf is something that is not their top priority. That is something that we can scope when we go through the design and see how it's going to impact the overall cost.
So how do we have that conversation? Because I would love to avoid what we see at our current high school right now. I'm also a little bit troubled by that, seeing that they're putting, and I believe it's Rocky View that's putting in the turf field in Langdon. If we also look at the success of turf fields that have happened at many of the new schools that have opened throughout Calgary over the last 10 plus years, a lot of new schools go to turf fields as it's almost the standard now, as opposed to a grass field. And like I said, my understanding was that the one in Langdon was done by Rocky View Schools and is a turf field. Or is Rocky View County doing the turf field on the high school in Langdon?
I don't have that information what they're doing with the Langdon, but as per the joint use agreement that I have gone through and seeing the roles and responsibilities, what falls on the city side, we are to provide what they're asking for.
And I also believe that we're supposed to be negotiating our joint use agreements with the school boards yesterday.
Yeah, so Director Chania can talk about that. I think we've sent a request to the province just for some extension because we were bringing Franco Sud into the new one. So it's been going well, working cooperatively, but we weren't able to get everything approved by the June 10th deadline. But I do believe we received permission, given that we had a new school enter in at the last minute for an extension to continue on negotiating the JUPAs.
Okay.
So to answer your question, though, I think that's one of these things we need to do in this next scope is figure out not only what was the originally the number in the budget was in there, and it could only allow us to do a certain amount of work. We need to figure out what the longer term solution that makes the most sense looks like, then come back to council with a new budget request for what that'll cost. So I've heard turf field. I think this be a perfect place to go. What would council like to see there, and like us to consider in conjunction with Rocky View Schools of what types of programs, that was Junaid's comment, what types of programs are they going to offer out of the school? If they're going to have a soccer team, well, you probably better have a soccer field. So we need to do some of that work before we can progress on this.
Fair. I would suggest to you that when you look at a number of schools that have been built over the last, again, I'm saying decade, probably a little bit longer than that. I'm just trying not to admit how old I actually am and how long I've actually maybe been out of the education game. But I do know that it almost became standard that it was like you're putting in a turf field because of the multi-purpose use that you could do, because you can do football on it, you can do rugby on it, you can do soccer on it, you can have all of your high school athletic sports on it, as well as then your use for community use increases. And again, I would point out the feedback that we have heard on an ongoing basis. So I'm a little surprised, so I would like to see some follow-up on that. I'm only surprised, sorry, I should say what I'm surprised about. I'm only surprised by the fact that I am surprised by our responsibility on that, and that it's not at least a joint responsibility with Rocky View Schools. So thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. But I think it should at least, it should be in consideration for us to review what that would look like. Just, again, given everything that I've already mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we're proposing this change in the scope. This was an old project that kind of continued to carry forward.
Okay.
And when we sat around and said, we're just going to grade it and put some grass seed down, didn't seem like a good use of money. So we'll go back to the drawing board and come up with, as kind of described, that ultimate request, design, and then cost for council to consider.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to our administration and CAO. I'm just curious about the scope, and so we're designing, or if the scope is given to us by the school board, if we do nothing for a while, will that delay and negotiate this scope? Will it delay funding for construction phase of the school? And ultimately, who will pay for these, I guess, field upgrades and maintain them? And if that's going to be discovered in the scope of this project, then I can hold that answer.
Yeah, so to the Deputy Mayor, the school construction is not related to this project at all. This is simply the play fields on the eastern side of the school site. So they'll continue to advance construction of the school. If this part of the project's delayed, I guess the embarrassment becomes you open up a high school without any type of play field. So there is some urgency to this. The costs are borne 100% by the city at this stage. And I don't expect the school board's going to want to see that, or the province change that through anything to do with our JUPAs. Our JUPAs do require us to maintain those fields as well, like we do similarly throughout. So I don't think the school district is going to dictate to us what we do, nor do I think the city's going to dictate. I think it needs to be a collaborative process. But I would suggest council, as Mayor Dean was just doing, here's what you've heard from the community. Here's what you've seen elsewhere you'd like to see in this. Give us some of that feedback, right? That's what we'll work through, is what makes sense for a high school that comes online in, 2029. What amenities should have in that play field.
So then, is it our field?
Yes.
Okay. So
and given
then,
it's at the recreation center site.
I'm
right?
there. I'm there. Given that it's our field, I would assume then that we would not be bound by the same guidelines that Rocky View Schools has in terms of naming and sponsorship. In other words, we just came up with this really good donation sponsorship policy. And if it's our field, and I again hint back at the advocacy work that all of this council was doing less than 72 hours ago, including myself with a couple just than 72 hours ago, is there a possibility to look at that in terms of a funding piece? Because if it's ours, then are we not then bound by our guidelines and not Rocky View Schools guidelines when it comes to donation and naming? Director Chenyok.
Through the chair to the chair, this is the parcel is a municipal reserve, which means we own the land. We would construct our infrastructure on that land, and we would be liable for maintaining it, which means anything that happens on that field is our responsibility. With that said, Rocky View needs a supplementary site to the school for kids to play and do all the stuff that they do. The site is right next to a recreation center or future planned recreation center, and so that provides us with an opportunity to go into that sponsorship donation policy to be able to generate some money out of it. This is not Rocky View School's site. This is our site. We can choose to take donation and name the facility for anybody. The school has rights to that land in terms of the functional use of that property, but they don't have rights to ownership of that land.
So the feedback that we have received, council has received from people that would be interested in exploring our donation and sponsorship policy is come with a specific project. This sounds really specific. I think I'm being subtle. Mr. Edney.
Thanks, Mayor Dean. I'll be less subtle. Yes, this is a project. There are also many other projects we're going to discuss.
No.
In the coming weeks.
No, I'm with you, but
that may be subject to this. So yes, there will be, for those that are interested, there will be lots of projects and lots of opportunities for you to sponsor many wonderful things in the city of Chestermere.
I'm obviously hinting at the fact that I am probably aware more that right now would be inappropriate to share publicly. I'm really glad for this update right now. Selfishly wish I would have had it about 2 weeks ago before there was this little thing called Stampede that just happened. However, knowing some of the conversations that this council came back from, I really think that there's a cool opportunity here that I think administration and council should further discuss. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I like where this is going. You know, hearing from Mayor Dean and Councillor Schindler, understanding the funding opportunities for this. Now that we better understand the ownership of the field itself, it's adjacent to not only the high school but the recreation center. I played, sports all over the world on a number of different fields. Turf isn't necessarily the best thing. It definitely has many advantages, maintenance being one of them. You can build a field any size you want to fit all of those sports on there, even make it big enough for cricket. But that's giant. Just to keep in mind from my experience is not all fields are created equal. Turf does have major advantages, but if you've been watching the FIFA World Soccer, they've put grass fields on the biggest stadiums in the world in North America, and they've had to do it in a very fast way. And it's a hybrid synthetic grass field. The biggest advantage you get with these turf fields is maintenance. They stay flat. You still have to water them, believe it or not. They stay flat and they last forever, unlike fields that we played on when we were kids or what you see at Chestermere High School. So the idea of this ultimate field, I would suggest get that feedback obviously from our rec committee, our residents, put that forward, and then we'll need a plan. And I think everybody's maybe chomping at the bit to prepare some type of motion. What does the field need to look like? How much is it going to cost? Where's the money going to come from? And let's collaborate with our regional partners, Rocky View Schools, to get that in place sooner than later, so it's ready for high school move-in.
Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair to council, my apologies. I'm looking at the site. So the high school site is a school reserve, which is what that means is this site is owned by the province. And this not the rec center, the playfield site is a MSR, so Municipal and School Reserve. So the school board does have some ownership.
Does that mean responsibility?
Stake in it. It is treated, so my conversations or my understanding of the conversations that we have had with Rocky View Schools is that they are leaning on us to develop that site in conjunction with the standards that they would typically have for high schools. The conversation that we've had is we reached out to them to ask for what kind of infrastructure would you typically want on a high school site, and their expectations on that site were pretty basic for now, is what they've told us. We were looking to evaluate how much money would it take just to flatten the site, get it surveyed, and put grass on it versus how much money would it take to have the ultimate play field, which is what we should have in city of Chestermere for a high school site. Typically, high school sites would have a running track, they would have a soccer field or similar infrastructure like that. Now, given the proximity of the site to the rec center, it just makes sense to have all of those rec facilities, because during the school time, the site is going to be used by the kids, and then during evening, people visiting the rec center might have an opportunity to use that site. And so it is important that we plan that infrastructure carefully. In terms of spending money, I think it will be on us, because the JUPA dictates that we are supposed to be providing supplementary, I guess, play fields to the school sites that we have in our city. That's how the agreement is currently worded. And Rocky View's expectations, from what I understand, is that we would be doing that. Rocky View Schools.
Can I ask for an in-camera under Section 26? Disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. And the reason I'm asking for it is I get cautious when we start talking about what's contractually in something, and so that's why I'm asking for it. I just want to be able to have a conversation contractually to the public. Anything that then we're able to come out and share publicly, we'll make sure that we do that. But I am just concerned about the contractual conversations, and I have some really specific contract conversations right now that I would just like to go over that I feel is could be harmful to intergovernmental relations. So could I have the motion, please, to quickly go in camera, Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sample.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council go into closed session at 1:28 p.m. to discuss the following: High School Site Readiness, Access to Information Act, Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the motion, please, to come out of our closed session at 1:46 p.m.? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 1:46 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. With that, we'll take our mandatory 5-minute break, and we will come back at 1:53. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break after our in-camera session. So just want to make a couple of comments coming out of our in-camera session. Obviously, privileged information cannot be discussed in public until it is the right time to do so. But just really quick, I would just want to say thank you again to Director Chaniuk for the clarification of the designation of the lands. There is some really clear differences on what can be done if it's an MR versus MSR land, because that also speaks to control and contracts and all those sorts of things and negotiations and how all that works if it's an MSR land versus MR land. And I also believe, Mr. Edney, I think you just wanted to provide a couple points of clarity coming out of our in-camera session before moving on to the rest of our projects list here. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council. We also just took it as an opportunity to update council on where we are at in our negotiations of the joint use planning agreements with the school boards as well. So those are underway and still progressing.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Edney, turning it back over to you.
Okay. Are we ready to move on from high school site readiness?
No, we only have another 20 minutes of questions on this first. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Next one, Mr.
So as discussed in camera, we did revise the actual budget amount under the recommendation $2 number. It's still in that same price range, but a lower budget for the next phase of work on the high school site readiness. So next project that's on hold right now is the Chestermere Boulevard and Station Way connection. So this is the acquisition of some new land to potentially expand the road network within the Chestermere Station area. It's on hold more from an administrative perspective as we are still working through, and we discussed this at budget time, working through the Chestermere Boulevard expansion study. Once that's complete, then we can figure out exactly how this project works into that. But technically under the previous motion, we're not allowed to proceed with anything on this. So again, we would just look for council approval to proceed with this when that study is complete, as we discussed at budget time.
Sorry, I just need a small clarification on each of these graphics. So when it says hold here, you were discussing the ones that are on hold. Is that the recommendation now moving forward? If you look in the top, your top left there, it says hold.
Yeah, so I think this is a recommendation. We'll keep this on hold until we finish that Boulevard expansion study, and then we can come back to you with
but that's what it means
further
on
request.
Each subsequent graphic. So if we go to the next graphic.
So the previous graphic was rescope, which is what we were asking council to do something different.
Yeah.
This one, we want to keep it on hold because we're not going to do anything until after. And if we go to the next graphic, this is a project on hold, and we would like council to give us permission to proceed with it.
Thank you.
So the next project, since we're there, is the fire panel for the RCMP fire station. Again, we talked about this at budget time. This is to upgrade the existing fire alarm. I believe they're on 2 separate systems under one building. New codes require them to be talking to each other, essentially. So if something's happening on one side, what's going on the other side knows. We've done the RFP, but we haven't awarded it yet. So we hadn't awarded it when council made this motion, so we considered that not in progress. So the request from council at this point on this project is continue to proceed forward with this, given it's a high risk and potentially a life safety type of project. So City Hall weatherproofing the basement. Again, this was discussed. This is to weatherproof the exterior walls in the city basement. We store a lot of records there. We store a lot of things down there. Again, this was the RFP process was, we went through it, but it hadn't been awarded. We're now looking at doing a revised RFP just on the different scope of work. But again, this is to keep the water out of the basement of City Hall. So again, we'd recommend that the council allow us to continue to proceed with that particular project. Next one. Okay, I didn't. Oh, sorry, I went too fast in my own slides here. So this is for a reversible front plow. This is for snow plowing. Fits on one of our existing public works units. So again, we just hadn't done anything with it at the time. we'd request that council allow us to continue on with this project as we start to prepare for winter. Unfortunately, seems weird to say that when it's 28 degrees out, but we're starting to think about what the winter plowing season looks like. The next one is 100-ton press replacement. Again, this is used for our fleet maintenance. This is something used by our mechanics. We just have aging equipment. This was brought forward again at budget time, just because we're having a lot of downtime with it. There's a safety risk, and outsourcing some of the work it does, it makes a lot more sense for us to just pay for this particular item, get it replaced, and do the work in-house. So that's, I believe, all the projects that we're asking for permission to continue to proceed. The next project has a different style. We talked about this, I believe, at the last council meeting a little bit. The West Chestermere Drive to Madrina Drive roundabout. So the current two-way stop in behind Safeway that had some discussions around a four-way stop, a roundabout, that kind of thing. We ran into some troubles being able to get easement from the condo board. So my understanding from the team working on this is the condo board is not open to us taking any land from them to proceed with this. Unfortunately, that's what we need to make this work. So our recommendation right now, based on what we know, is to cancel this project. Doesn't mean we couldn't rescope it or have some further conversations and bring it back, but we aren't going to proceed as originally planned in budget with doing this project. Are there any questions on that?
I have a couple questions. First of all, do we know, I know that there's been conversation, so I'm not in any way, shape, or form doubting the information. I would, however, like to see either a formal email. Letter is better than an email, in my opinion, on this. But I wouldn't mind seeing a formal letter from the board signed by whoever on their board needs to sign this, indicating that they are not in favor of this proceeding forward. This is an intersection that we hear a lot about. I'm going to ask a subsequent question here in a minute based on some correspondence that we have received, and so I have a second question that's coming. But I would look to you, Mr. Edney, and then anyone on your leadership team that you would like to discuss on this. But I'm wondering about that possibility and following that up, just as from even a future information standpoint for future councils. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, I think, look at Director Chaniak, I think that's something we can work on to make sure we get some sort of formal. I'm not sure exactly whether it's been verbal in discussions with the condo board or if there's been an email or what has happened. Sounds like Director Chaniak can talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you. And just before going to Mr. Chaniak, I'm not looking at this from a confrontational standpoint at all. This is more of a, there's just been so much conversation. Again, this intersection came up to me last night at the event that I was at. This is a conversation that I get approached about often. And so coming with a solution, and if that solution is not going to work, that's fine. I just wouldn't mind then the city having that back from the particular organization, basically saying thank you, but no thank you. Again, not at all from a confrontational standpoint. Mr. Chaniak.
To the chair, just for council's information, our previous manager of asset services had reached out to condo board, and he'd had conversations with them at two different instances surrounding the land, at which point the condo board was not open to sort of giving out land that's required for expanding or constructing the infrastructure here. We can formally reach out to them. My preference was back in time was to have a verbal communication before we send out a formal, I guess, letter. Mm-hmm. And that step now is done. We can formally reach out to them through an official letter and ask for what their take is on this project. And based on whatever it is, we can bring it back to council for information.
And that sounds to me like a purely administrative. I don't think that now, if we're feeling like a motion of council is needed, then happy to bring such a motion forward. But that sounds to me like the next natural step. And then I wouldn't mind seeing that brought back, even as a confidential item. And I think that there's a couple of areas under ATIA where this would fit. for clear reasons. But I would encourage administration to follow up with that particular item and to get that formal correspondence back from the condo board. Mr. Eddy?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So, to expand on this too, when we're recommending to cancel this project, we're not saying we'll stop work on it. One of the things we're trying to avoid is having $3 sign budget items approved and sort of carrying on.
Sure.
And now there's a lot of capital potentially tied up in a project that right now doesn't have a path forward. So the recommendation to council is simply to free up that funding allocation and discussions then at budget 2027. If we can get progress and have a different answer, we can bring this project back for more funding at that time. So it's more to let council know we're not going to be out constructing this year. Right now, we're not going to be out constructing it next year until we sort out these hiccups. So let's cancel it, bring it back when we have a better plan.
I'm also a bit of a believer in if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist at times. And so I wouldn't mind seeing that formal communication. I have no doubt that administration has done all of the work from that verbal standpoint. And now I would like to see us take that formal step and then have the formal correspondence back. And then should that formal be sent and then there's a change of mind on the other side, well, then obviously we're going to be coming back to council. Oh, I apologize. Then obviously, we're going to be coming back to council with a different conversation. The other thing that has come up with this throughout this week, more from an informal standpoint, is one of the other ideas that was discussed at this particular intersection was the reestablishment, if you will, of it becoming a four-way stop. And I think it would be good for us just to take a bit of an opportunity here to remind people about where that decision lies, as well as, I'm going to basically set this up on a tee here for you, administration. I think it would be good for us to remind everyone of the steps that have been taken, including all the lights, all the pedestrian lights that are along that corridor are all now synced with each other. So if you push one, all three go off. The changing of the no parking to open up the sight lines. The traffic counts that were done, I believe, at 2 different times to see where we're at, as well as the multiple correspondence that we received when we looked at going back to a four-way stop. So I'm just wondering if administration, if you could just give us a bit of a reminder just for some information that we can bring back, as well as what other steps are being looked at for this particular intersection moving forward. Mr. Eddy.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think you just did that on my behalf. I don't think I have too much to add other than what you said. We did propose a four-way stop. We had put signs up saying that was coming. We did receive significant feedback from residents that use that road that wasn't a viable solution from their perspective. So that's when we pulled that idea, kept it a two-way stop, and looked at the roundabout idea. One other thing that should help too is there's lights going in by Tim Hortons.
That's right.
That will again allow for potential pauses in traffic coming each direction to allow people to get in and out. But we are constantly monitoring it from a traffic flow perspective to see what we can do to help enhance that intersection as well. But I think you covered everything we've done so far to date. Also syncing those lights between the 2 intersections, so people have some advance warning if someone's crossing.
Is it possible, only one of the intersections going across Marina Drive right now, only one of the crosswalks has lights? What would be the process if council wanted to encourage lights to be put, so 2 ideas. Number 1, putting lights at the other side, and number 2, I've seen some traffic mitigation strategies to help at crosswalks. We have done this at our raised crosswalks, and what I'm talking about are those green signs that have a yield sign on them that go right in the middle of the road, and you drill the things into the middle of the road. And in Calgary, they use these at certain intersections like the one that we see at Marina Drive. And so 2 questions. 1, what if this was an idea that a councillor or mayor had an idea that they wanted to bring forward to administration to see us put another set so that both of those intersections had flashing crosswalks, as well as this idea for at least exploring the possibility of putting those other signs, like what we did at our raised crosswalks throughout the community. What could be the process that we could look at to make that happen, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you to council. So the other set of lights is actually something we're looking into right now, whether we have money in the budget to do that. Knowing that this project was getting stalled a little bit, Ms. Director Fluker's team is actually looking at, do we have budget to put another set of lights, not going north-south, but east-west on that part of the crosswalk as well. We can also look at putting some of those things that are on the raised crosswalks as well. That's something we've talked about maybe all along Marina Drive, as well as some other, again, areas that maybe don't warrant a raised crosswalk, but again, warrant some more attention. So again, we're looking through the existing budget right now to see if we have room in there for those initiatives. If not, that's something we can bring back to council for a budget request.
Well, like I've said, I've seen them used in other municipalities, and they don't use them at raised crosswalks, because I think we've beat the speed bump raised crosswalk conversation. We've done that. But I do think that there are simple little things like this, because I know when I drive those communities, they force you to slow down. They're just right in the middle of the crosswalk, but they don't affect traffic, and Calgary uses them all the time, and they get the same snow we get. So anyway, just something that I would like to see us explore as two options, especially for this particular intersection. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to Mr. Edney. I agree with a lot what is said today. I'm just curious, when we go to the condo board with the more formal ask about the roundabout, if we can also go armed with another solution as well, and give them some choice. For example, a standard set of traffic lights to be in that location. I think the safety factor on traffic lights for pedestrians, being that's a very high pedestrian zone versus a roundabout, would be a really good option as well. Something that we can do almost right away, and would solve a lot of these issues. Over the weekend, I myself was almost smacked by another car turning, and several other folks also complained to me last night. It's something that I hear, and when I hear that we might be delaying something in this area for a while, perhaps another year, I feel like we can do more before someone actually gets hurt. And I don't think putting things in the middle of the street will do that. But it'll be also in addition to that. So I really want us to really consider putting traffic lights there.
So I do believe that was considered. It came back in the traffic impact assessment for that area, and it was not accepted as one of the go forwards that was presented by the traffic engineer. So we talk a lot here about SMEs and relying on our SMEs, and the subject matter expert said that where the lights should go is beside A&W, and they did not recommend lights going in that section, especially. And then council actually made a decision on this, and the decision that we made as a council was to proceed with the lights beside A&W as a part of that. So I think we would be going back and looking at a complete rescoping of this if we were looking at traffic lights there, because I think that there's a lot more work that goes into setting up a set of traffic lights, especially given that the traffic impact assessment that was done for that particular area, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the traffic impact assessment, wow, it is Tuesday after Stampede, the traffic impact assessment that was done for that area did not have that as one of the recommendations, and actually was spoken to not do that. I believe that was what came back from Mr. Power. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So to address Deputy Mayor Schindler's comments, I think that would be a budget 2027 discussion. So this was discussed as part of the previous budget cycle where lights were looked at and roundabout was looked at. And it was decided to go with the roundabout. I don't think it's appropriate for us under this scope to cancel this and now work on the lights. I think that would need to be a new motion from council to understand what the implications and stuff were. So I agree with you. Just because this is done doesn't mean we should not look at anything, but because it is a new scope in the project, I would suggest we cancel the project as it sits, get the confirmation that the condo board is not interested in the roundabout, and then we can come back at budget time. So one of the opportunities later today for council is to talk about what is some of the 2027 budget priorities look like that we could start working on, and this could be one of them, to revisit that discussion, knowing that a roundabout isn't going to be feasible. What are other options that we could do for that intersection?
Thank you. Councilor Worzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I agree with yourself and our presenter, Mr. Edney. We have to trust the SMEs here. We are not traffic experts. We don't decide where stop signs go. We listen to our experts and we approve the budgets. Yeah. So thank you for giving us the update that this project may not go forward. Let's get that confirmation, and then we can change gears from there. But again, we're not SMEs. I try to pretend I am a transport engineer on Tuesdays, but I'm not a very good job at that. So I trust Len Power and I trust administration. Thank you.
Well, that's just because you have engineer
yeah, I know.
title.
It's not only encompassing.
Between the two of us, you actually have it in your title.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay. So you can ask Mayor Dean and I. Thanks for the update. No, just kidding.
Education. That's right.
Yeah, I won't stamp any drawings.
Yeah. Education and not for profit to me. The engineer, I got.
We got it.
I go back
we got
to
it covered.
Councilor Worzanowski.
We got it covered. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think your legal advice next to this.
Yo, we got the legal advice covered. We got legal covered.
Liability.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Mr. Edney.
Anything else on this particular project? So the recommendation right now is to cancel the construction of the roundabout. We'll continue to work. If we can get some progress to get the land to do the roundabout, we'll bring that back for a budget amendment. But as it stands right now, we can't approve.
And sorry to be repetitive. When this formal letter goes out to the condo board, and if the condo board came back and said, oh, wait, we might want to re-examine that. This project could possibly come back, because right now we're basing this decision on the best information we have at this time from the condo board.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. We'll move on to the next project, but we'll just give a quick opportunity. Councillor Sambo had identified that she was stepping out for one of these items, so we'll give Councillor Sambo a chance to rejoin us. And Mr. Reddy, next project, please.
Oh, I was waiting for you to change the slides. I'll get used to this one day. So next one is life cycle replacement. This was for 2 recycling and garbage truck vehicles. At this point, we're recommending council cancel this particular project for a couple reasons. One is we're funding it through LGFF, and this should be a utility company capital project. As well as when we look at where we're at right now, Grayson and his team are reevaluating the use of all the trucks we have, along with a rental truck, to come back with a suggestion for maybe a more practical solution versus just buying 2 new garbage trucks. We'll talk a little bit later in our CAO update, as well as on some things that impact this project too, in our in-camera session. But the recommendation right now is we can manage with what we're doing. It's more cost effective, and we don't necessarily need these trucks right at this moment. So we'll reevaluate over the next couple months, bring it back as a 2027 request in the utility budget if we do decide to move forward with this project.
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to ask a question to the mayor through to our presenters, and maybe to Grayson, is when we're reviewing, looking at replacement trucks, I know we have some verbiage in our procurement policy, especially when it comes to purchasing Chestermere. Do we have anything with purchasing Canadian? Because I know that Labrie and there's some other Canadian contractors that built this equipment. And that may also help us on the tariff side with looking at importing from elsewhere. I don't want to get into the details on that. It's just a comment that when we're getting to the stage of budget and looking at that, I hope that's a consideration of administration when they present to council. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, next one. So regional pathway asphalt repair. There's going to be similar projects to this we'll talk about as we get into the 2027 budget, whereby we've kind of kept things in a capital budget for general life cycle repair, routine maintenance. So our request at this point is to cancel this particular capital project. We do ongoing maintenance through operating. So we repair small things. You know, there's a pathway on East Chestermere Drive by Lakeview that needs to be repaired right now. That's something we can do out of our regular operating budget. So at this point, we'd like to cancel this. And if we come back with something, there needs to be a new pathway or a much larger replacement of a pathway that we don't have money for in the operating budget, we'll come back and ask for it specifically, rather than just keeping a placeholder that's tying up some funds that could potentially be allocated elsewhere. So this is just moving one of these things more into the operating budget. And this is a discussion, may be a good time to do it here now, but you can fund capital projects through your operating budget. Most municipalities have that actually in their operating budget, where they raise $2, $3, $4, $8 million out of their operating budget that then gets allocated to pay for capital. The approach in Chestermere historically has been to use grants and reserves for that. So again, doing some of these things that may look like a capital project in our operating budget, when they're continuous maintenance projects, is completely acceptable. So that's what that project is. Question?
Yeah. Adjacent to this project, there was a project, and this isn't the one that you just mentioned. There was a project that we had been asked about, and I believe was approved in the 2026 budget, and I didn't see it listed in here. And it is the pathway that was supposed to be done 10 plus years ago over off of East Lakeview Road. We had made it public. We had talked about this. We said it was being done this year. I noticed that it wasn't in here, but I do believe that we had approved it and that it was a go. And I am definitely, when this capital projects came forward, it's a question that I'm getting from residents. And so I've held off on waiting to ask administration about this project until we got to here. So I'm just wondering if you could highlight, and if I could please go back to this resident and be like, yes, it's going. And if you have a timeline, that would be even better. But Mr. Edney.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Right in the middle of the page, Colton Court final tie-in. Middle column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. That is it. So it's underway. I don't apologize. I don't have a timeline right off the top of my head, but I understand it's happening sometime soon in the next couple of months. So
but I will take a picture of that and send it out.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's exactly the project you're talking about.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Now I'm got my thing on here. That's okay. I'll just use what's on the screen. Regional pathway. So next one is gateway signs. So this is something we put in the budget, talking about new entry signs into and out of the community. Again, for a bunch of different reasons, we haven't really done a lot of work on this at this point. There is historical designs from 2020 and back in the past. One thing we've realized looking at some of the previous projects is I'm not sure we necessarily allocated enough money in the funding. We would like to cancel this project as it exists and bring a report through the 2027 budget process with some updated costs, designs, just in a better discussion. I think this came up because we got sort of budget ideas at the last minute last year. That was administration's fault, not council's fault. That's why I'm going to ask you later today for these type of ideas now. So we do have 3, 4, 5 months to actually put some work in ahead of time. So we're not going to proceed with this, be able to proceed with this project this year. So we'd ask that you cancel it from this year's budget. We'll bring it back to budget discussions in the fall with a little more background work and cost estimates on what this project might look like.
Councilor Wozniacki.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just semantically, through the chair to you, Mr. Edney, instead of using the word cancel, shouldn't we be using the word postpone? Because there is a difference. Canceling is like, it's done. It's over. It's closed. We're not
Yes.
going to look at it again.
So you're correct. I think with this one, it's another one sort of like the roundabout. What we've realized is in the budget and with the work we have, it's not necessarily going to work. So let's just start from scratch and free this up, versus leave it. One of the problems we're running into is we found, and Mark did in his review, some open projects from 2022 where we're still holding money. They never went forward, but nobody actually came and said, hey, we're not doing that. So I'd like to do some of this and just know, hey, we'll reallocate it. We're not going to go spend this money anywhere. We're not asking for new budget allocations, so it'll still be there in the 2027 cycle. Next one, rental space architectural design. So this is really just in a kind of administrative error. Maybe not an administrative error. We put more money in this year into the budget because we had found out that last year's budget wasn't enough. This is the rental space across the street that we were looking at for a little bit of a not-for-profit hub and community support services. Of course, we've had the boxing club, food bank, not-for-profit hub come forward to us looking for a much bigger project. So this is simply to cancel this project. We're not going to move forward with it at this time. So again, free this money up to be used for something else. City Hall, air balancing and remediations. There's actually two separate projects in here. One was a carryover project and one was a new project. At this point, given we're looking at our space requirements, looking at how we use City Hall, we don't think it's appropriate to go ahead and do any of this work until we've decided on what that looks like. Once we've decided what that looks like, we can properly scope what this project will be and then come back to council for an appropriate budget request rather than sort of a placeholder at this point. So again, kind of to Councillor Wozniacki's, we'll probably ask for money for this again, but with a more confirmed scope of work and when the time is appropriate. So there's two projects. One's was a little bit more costly, and then what was put into this year's budget was some money to expand the scope of that. But again, we'll put these next two canceled for now. We had also included money for a feasibility study for the public works yard. We addressed some of these items that kind of related to this, along with the land prep and the chain link fence a couple of meetings ago. Got council approval to move forward with that. Again, rather than having a separate study just for public works, we're going to incorporate this into our larger master facilities review. We had presented that scope of work again back in June to council of how we're going to approach that. So again, we don't need a separate budget item to complete this particular feasibility study. One more item that was in the fleet. Sorry, there's two more items in the fleet. One was a 2-post lift. This is again to get vehicles up off of the ground, just for our mechanics to be able to work on them. We're rescoping this project. We're rescoping all of our projects that we need for equipment, especially for some of these I'll call smaller items, to bring back in the 2027 budget. Again, we hadn't started on this, so we'd recommend we cancel this at this point and bring it as a 2027 budget item with a better update on cost and scope of work. And then the last one is again a hot seat pressure washer. Again, same idea. Right now, we're going to look at proceeding with some repairs to the existing equipment. We think we can get a few more years out of the existing piece of equipment, and we will bring this back at a future budget request when it is at full end of life cycle. So next one was questions. I think we've had a bunch on the go. Really would like council to just make a motion to approve all those projects as presented, to continue with a few of them and cancel the other ones.
Except I think we're rescoping one.
Yes, but
do we need to outline that differently than the motion that was originally done?
Yes, I got some ideas of how we can address that particular project.
Okay, so motions that you'd be looking for right now, if we're looking at this. Is this specific enough?
Yeah. I agree with Deputy Mayor Schindler's comments on here. I think this captured it, but what I'd like to do, even if we took a couple minutes just to do it, is the 4 projects to proceed as budgeted. Let's just list the 4 of them, the 1 project to rescope. I think the wording in here is good, but if we could have bullets under each one. Does that?
So I'd like to do, here's what I would like to do. I'm wondering if we can take a quick recess to hammer this out. What I would like to see within the motions is be a little bit more specific, address the comments that we had coming out of our in-camera session to make sure that we're capturing that one as well. And I'd also like to sever out the one that involved where Councillor Sambo had to step out, because if we put it all in one, then she's not able to vote on anything because that one would be in there. So if we can sever that one out, that would provide her the opportunity to honor her declaration of a conflict of interest, but also then allow her to be able to vote on everything else. So can we take a quick, do you want to take a quick 10 minutes?
Let's, yeah, give us 10 minutes just to
So
be safe.
we'll come back at, let's take a full break, then we'll come back at 10, we'll come back at 2:45. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our afternoon break here where administration had the opportunity to prepare the motions that we're going to be voting on to finalize the item here of 13.2.2, which is our capital projects update. So we'll look at the first few that are here. So, Mr. Edney, so then from reading these then are the council approved the following projects to proceed. So these are the as budgeted ones, so that there are 4 of them. Is that correct? Mr. Edney?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a councillor that wishes to make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
So move that council approve the following projects as to proceed as budgeted: fire panel, RCMP fire, city hall, waterproofing basement, PW 127 2013 Hankey reversible front plow for PW 126 and CM 026 100-ton press replacement.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councilor Worzanowski.
Just a quick one again through you, our chair, to you, Mr. Edney. I appreciate the updates, and I know that they're going to be also asking for some cancellations. Because these are already approved and moving forward, do you actually need a motion for us to give these?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, because council made the specific motion to put on hold what wasn't started,
okay.
so this needs to come off. And I'll talk about one particular project related to that
Thank
here
you.
in a second.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Second motion. So this will be the council approve the high school site readiness phase 2 with the revised budget discussed in camera. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the high school site readiness phase 2 with the revised budget discussed in camera.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
It's moved that council remove the following projects from the 2026 capital budget: life cycle replacements, solid waste collection vehicles, regional pathway asphalt repair, gateway signs, rental space architectural design, city hall air balancing remediation ×2, feasibility study, public works yard, 2 post lift, and PW 140 hot seat pressure washer replacement.
Thank you.
That's right. That is a hot seat.
I just thought that isn't the brand name of it. It's just Hotsy.
It is a brand.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay. Comments, questions from council. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have at least one more. So this one, Councillor Sambo will be abstaining from. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council remove the West Chestermere Drive to Marina Drive roundabout from the 2026 capital budget.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And is that all of them? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So there is one project that we didn't address on there. That was the Chestermere Boulevard and Station Way connection. So our recommendation was to keep it on hold. The current motion is for it to be on hold. So we didn't feel like there was a point in making another motion to do the same thing. So
thank you.
We have one project that'll remain on hold, and then we'll bring back once we've completed that the study on Chestermere Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to item 13.2.3, which is the e-scooter status, liability, and city response, and turning this back over to Mr. Edney.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Dean. So one of our favorite subjects. I'm here just to talk a little bit about e-scooters and what's going on in our city with them. There's been a number of different motions made by council to look at various different things. related to e-scooters. So try and capture as many of them in this report as we can, and then we can open up for some conversations and some discussion on how to move forward. So we're getting a lot of complaints. There's a lot of concerns from how many scooters, how people are riding them, where they're riding them, what they're doing, not wearing helmets, all sorts of different things. This has come to council meetings, it's covered to governance and priorities committee meetings, and it's also been at the police communications committee. So this is to kind of bring all of these in one. So this isn't the popular comment, but we've gone through legal, we've looked at the regulations, and we can confirm that e-scooters are prohibited from operating.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah?
The talking heads to my left who are jumping up and down. Lead Services.
Apologies for interrupting Mr. Edney. To the chair, just wanted to make note that at the last meeting, this item e-scooters was tabled on May 12th, 2026. So I just wanted to make a note of that, and likely should make a motion to lift the item.
So we should lift from the table?
Yes, that's exactly
Okay,
right.
thank you. Can I have the motion, please? Do we have the motion prepared and ready to go? Thank you. Just some clarity on this, though. I believe that this was us looking at whether or not we were going to proceed with the budget request that was put in for bringing the rental e-scooters back, not what we're discussing right now. So I actually don't think we need to lift this from the table, because I believe that this motion, sorry, Lead Services, I believe that this motion had to do specifically with us. There was a request that came back from a company for us to add a dollar amount to bringing them back, and council was looking for some further information specific to that item, not the overall e-scooters in general. And I don't believe we're even discussing rental options right now for e-scooters as part of your presentation. Would that be your understanding as well, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that is correct. We're not addressing that particular item in today's report. This is addressing some of the other items and some items that weren't necessarily council motions. So I don't think we need to lift it from the table.
No, I don't think
That
so
will be
either.
addressed at a future report,
Yes.
that specific item.
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Edney.
So let's roundabout. Just as I was about to say the fun stuff that everybody wants to hear. So we've talked with our legal counsel. E-scooters are indeed prohibited from operating on highways under the Alberta Traffic Safety Act. So this is a provincial regulation, not a municipal bylaw, not a municipal decision. The basis is that e-scooters are considered miniature vehicles, and under the operator licensing and vehicle control regulation, they're prohibited from being registered. So it cannot be, and under the provincial regulations, you cannot lawfully operate a vehicle on a highway without registration. Therefore, e-scooters cannot be lawfully operated on a highway. Now, to clarify, do you have a question?
I think we should clarify why private businesses are allowed to run them.
We're getting there.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so and under the Traffic Safety Act, this is more for general public. I think council understands this as highway isn't what we think of a highway. It's not Trans-Canada Highway. It means a thoroughfare, a street, a road, a trail, an avenue, a pathway, parkway, driveway, lane. You can see them all up there. It means everything. It also means, and it expressly includes a sidewalk and any adjacent pathway or boulevard or median. So, yeah, so therefore, this prohibition applies not to just city roadways, but also to sidewalks, pathways, and other public thoroughfares within the city. So to Mayor Dean's question, a municipality may seek an exemption from Alberta Transportation to allow these. However, it's only to authorize a third-party service provider, such as Bird or Lyft or Lime or someone, to run their e-scooters in the city and offer them to the public. There's no mechanism. We've reached out with the legal team and to the province, there is no mechanism in the legislation to authorize private or personally owned e-scooter use. Legal counsel has confirmed this. There is no way for the city to authorize the use of personal e-scooters within the city. I will leave it at that. Of whether the legislation makes sense or not, that's not the purpose of this report. From a liability and insurance perspective, so there was a motion we had some confusion on. We've cleared it up. We've gone and talked with our insurance provider. So really, what becomes of it is in any case where the city could be found negligent. So it depends what negligence looks like. Obviously, the Municipal Government Act protects cities from a lot of things when it comes to negligence, such as, a crack in a sidewalk picks up and we didn't know about it and someone hurts themselves on it, we're protected. If we knew about it and had come to council 10 times and council decided not to do something about it, then we could potentially be found negligent. But there's a lot of protections in there. So we're only going to be held responsible when proven negligence happens on behalf of the city. So generally, in this case, applicable to e-scooters, it's the rider who's responsible for their actions. So given all this, the enforcement approach that we've been talking about with the municipal enforcement team is really conducting proactive patrols, and where lawful authority exists, we may remove the equipment from the operator. It is an illegal device, I don't know what to call it. It's an illegal item that somebody would be operating in a place that they're not. We have authority to apply this. That said, we're exploring how we might better enforce or enhance. So one of the discussions has been about, could the city put in a helmet bylaw? We can't put in a helmet bylaw on e-scooters because we can't authorize something illegal to happen within the city. So this is kind of where our hands are tied. So again, I think our next step needs to be some advocacy to the province, right? This is clearly a provincial responsibility. It's clearly their rules that mandate this. I'm not necessarily certain, and I can't speak to whether the intent was to ever cover e-scooters, but that's what they do. They do cover the e-scooters. I think we're working, as Mayor Dean mentioned, you guys have done a ton of advocacy with the province around some of these subjects, asking the province to take a look at some new rules and maybe doing something on their side to allow us to enforce behavior, but it's really difficult for us to enforce behavior on something that is illegal. If we can go to the next one. So really, when we talk about the communications approach around what our public communications will be, and as we engage with members of the public, we don't normally do this, and this isn't a placing blame, but as members of the public hear about this and see this, your best point, your best approach to change something is really to talk to your MLA. Talk to somebody at the provincial level, somebody who has authority to deal with this. I won't speak on behalf of council, but I know you can always talk to any councillor about anything, but it's not something that the city has any authority or ability to change what these rules look like. So really, are we banning e-scooters? No, the city isn't banning e-scooters. They're restricted under provincial legislation. So this isn't a decision the city makes or can make or can even have necessarily a debate on whether these are allowed or not allowed. One of the questions we get is, city going to ticket children? It's pretty difficult to ticket children, but where appropriate, we may confiscate the equipment, and ask the parent to come pick it up with the child and take it back home and make sure it stays in the garage and doesn't get used again. Again, why can't we just allow for e-scooters? I think I've hit on that quite a bit. This is a province. We can't override, we can't step on the authority of the province, and we can't make bylaws related to something that the province deems illegal. So Our peace officers are doing proactive patrols. We're trying to communicate with families. We're trying to talk about what the rules are, let people know. We are taking a education approach. I try not to speak candidly, but again, you know, this sounds political, but you don't see Canadian Tire selling meth, right? So I think this is something when you're a regular citizen and you go, hey, I can go to the store and buy this thing, but wait, it's illegal? That doesn't make any sense. So our real approach right now at this point with citizens is to remind them that these are illegal, and yes, you can buy them everywhere, you can order them online, but they still are illegal. So it's not like maybe meth was the bad example, but you know,
that was a jump.
I will save my comments to internally.
I watched
about the way some of the
comms
people
team
ride
react.
these scooters. But it's an easy one, right? You know, it's not sold anywhere. You can't buy it except from someone shady down by the river. You probably know that's illegal. I'll send you GPS coordinates later. Not in Chestermere. Not in Chestermere. No, so all joking aside, I guess this is number 4 on the strategic plan. We're having fun. So that's what we're doing about safety. We're just trying to remind people of what the requirements for this are. So again, if somebody wants these rules changed to allow these on the street, we really have to work with the province right now. So I know council's going to do some of that work on behalf of the citizens, but really that's the best approach. Contact your MLA and advocate to them. So just want to hit one quick last thing that we were trying to address. If you can just scroll down there a bit, Josh. There are 4 separate motions that this report is trying to address. One being to follow with Alberta Transportation, Mid-Sized Cities, Mayor Caucus, Regional Roundtable. Mayor Dean's been working on that. We followed up on the liability regarding the use of scooters. This report is essentially the response to the Communications Committee request on safety and the messaging that committee wanted to see out. Again, there was another motion about following up with AB Munis. This has been done. There's no new provincial framework or anything on this right now at this point. We will be working on some posting to the city website just to communicate some of the information I discussed here today. And then I think, well, it says the seasonal e-scooter program is in here, but I don't think that is closed at this time. I think our intent is to bring that still back. So, and we haven't lifted that from the table. So again, this is just a report for information. Any questions from council?
Yeah, I guess I can provide a quick update to council in terms of the advocacy piece. Unfortunately, I don't know about anybody else from council. I only ran into Minister Dreeshen once. And that was at his event in a room with him and 3,500 of his closest friends. So it was really difficult at that point to have this conversation. The room was just too full. It was just not the place to be able to have this conversation. So we do have a couple of draft ideas that are ready to go that will be going out to council here shortly. And hopefully we'll have a follow-up correspondence with him at the end of the week. We also have other meetings planned with his department on unrelated matters here coming up shortly, and I think that'll give me an opportunity to broach this conversation much sooner. So unfortunately, we were not, I know that one of the things that we talked about was going into Stampede gives us that opportunity. When it came to this particular issue again, we just, unfortunately, I only saw him once. And that was just didn't provide that opportunity. And that other follow-up will be coming by the end of the week. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney. My question is, how there is a different type of e-scooters. Some is for really little kids. Some is like other. Some is for teenager. That is they are going more faster. So there is a specific type is like by the province or all of them. That's my first question. Then I will follow up.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I turned my mic off because I've noticed that when you're speaking and this mic is on, it still points at me. So I'm just letting you know I'm going to do that. To Councillor Randhawa's question, no, my understanding is like any electric scooter, so if it's got a motor on it, whether it's for little kids or adults, they're all in the same boat. If you have the old school style where you push with your foot, I don't see many people have that. I think those ones are still okay, but my understanding is just anything electric, regardless of the size.
Okay, thank you. And another follow-up is for that, if it's scooters, any electric scooter, if it's illegal by the province, why is it still selling at the stores? It is selling. I seen even yesterday, and that's a huge one. When I saw it's at the Costco, and there's still displaying there. People are buying. If it's a stop by the province, why? How then other like residents will know this is prohibited by the province if it is still selling at the stores?
I can't comment on that.
That is what I think that's what is confusing for everyone is that I believe that our CPO when he was here speaking to this, pointed out the fact that there are times where it takes the law a little bit longer to get caught up to realities in terms of what's happening, and I think that this is just one of those. I think if we were to 5 years ago, did anybody even talk about an e-scooter at the way that we're talking about them right now and how prolific they are in our community? And so I think that this is where some faster advocacy is going to be needed because that's the question everybody has. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Adney. So I've been looking forward to this report, and in the absence of a provincial framework, I think this is as close as it gets to getting it right. I think you've got the education piece in there, you've got the communication piece in there, and you've got the liability piece in there. There's only so much municipalities can do, and I really cannot think of anything else. So I like the suggestions of, just communicating this with the residents and really hoping for the best and, people taking personal responsibility. What I wanted to see, which is, what's in this report is what are the different things we can do to pick up responsibility. But just want to say fantastic work on this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with all those comments, Councillor Ryan. Okay. So with that then, motion-wise, are we just looking to accept for information? And then with that, then the plan would be at some point in the not so distant future, there is going to be a communications that's coming out officially from the city with regards to this. That'll be very similar to what we just saw. Okay. Can I have a councillor make the motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Narayan.
Let's move the council accept the e-scooters status, liability, and city response report for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that is carried by a majority vote. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll now move to item 13.3.1, which is the West Chestermere Drive and Station Way intersection upgrades, amendment to the budget, being presented by Mr. Sach Chanayok, Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure. I just thought you were taking a quick promotion there. I thought that was great. That was really well done.
Oh. Sure. Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to present. I have with me Junaid Ahmed, Senior Project Manager with our CGI team. Junaid will be presenting this report. I'm here to support him. Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, Your Worship and member of council. I'm here to present the request for decision on West Chestermere Drive and Station intersection improvement project. Administration is recommending that council approve budget amendment of $100,000, increasing the total approved budget from $730,000 to $830,000. I'll briefly walk through how we arrived to this request with tender results and the options that are available for the council. At June 2025, the regular meeting through council meeting through the resolution number of 250624-12, council approved $730,000 from CCBF, Canada Community Building Funds, for this project. The approved scope includes the design and installation of the traffic signals, the designated southbound lanes, and associated roadway and pathway construction at the intersection of West Chestermere Drive and Stationway intersection. The project addresses the known traffic operations and safety challenges at this location. Following the council approval, the project design was completed and the construction contract was publicly tendered. Upon the close, the city received one compliant bid in the total amount of $668,291 lump sum excluding GST. The bid exceeds the pre-tender construction estimate. Our engineering consultant have reviewed the submission and confirmed that while higher than expected estimate or the budget bid is received, the pricing is reasonable given the current market conditions and the construction pricing. I want to address an obvious question of why we should not retender this thing. The main reason is retendering would basically require additional time, push the project beyond the construction window of 2026 as approved. There is no assurance that the second tender would attract more bidders or lower the pricing. The cost difference is driven primarily by the market conditions and project risk, not by the tender process. The bid is a fixed lump sum price, which gives city the cost certainty on the construction contract itself. For these reasons, administration does not recommend retendering. The core issue is that the bid, together with the engineering fees and the Fortis Alberta power connection, consumes essentially the full approved budget of $730,000 and some beyond that, leaving no contingency on the construction window. The base project cost, including all three items, takes the project cost to $750,951, a little higher than the approved budget. With standard 10% construction contingency of approximately $75,000, the total estimated project cost sits at $826,046, a shortfall of roughly $96,000 against the approved budget. Proceeding with no contingency on a project that involves underground infrastructure as well as road conditions and roadway improvements would be a major risk for the city. Any unforeseen condition that happens during the construction phase would bring the administration back to the council asking for additional funds at that point. The requested amendment of $100,000 provides a reserve and reflects responsible financial management. If council approves the amendment, administration will proceed immediately to contract award, allowing the construction to commence within the 2026 construction season. If the amendment is not approved, the alternatives are limited. We have looked into this thing of going into a scope reduction. During the course of the design development, we have already gone through that exercise of reducing the scope to its maximum capacity, not to compromise on the quality and the performance that is required through this development. Again, if we defer this to a later time, the cost has the implication to go and increase because of the cost inflation and everything into it. Under either alternatives, intersection continues to operate under existing conditions, and the safety and operational challenges this project was designed to resolve will remain unaddressed. In summary, the project is shovel ready. The bid has been validated as reasonable by our consultant, and the requested amendment protects city against the construction risk. Again, to reiterate, administration recommends council approve a budget amendment of $100,000 for West Chestermere Drive and Stationway intersection improvement project, increasing the total approved budget from $730,000 to $830,000. Thank you. I would be pleased to answer any questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Council, any comments or questions with regards to the presentation? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to our presenter, I had one question, and it was about the cost difference, actually. Sorry. Actually, maybe let me gather my thought here, Mayor Dean.
Okay. Councilor Worzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I have a question through the chair, either to Mr. Edney or to our presenters. I know we try not to expose what our costs are. Obviously, this is a bit of a different scenario. We are exposing it because the bids have come in, and we have a $668,000 bid that is lump sum, fixed firm price, I would assume. But yet there's a 10% construction contingency. So my question then is there a risk that these suppliers, consultants, Fortis, the awarded bidder, takes advantage of knowing that there's a $75,000 contingency and use that against us in the way of overcharging or overbidding, knowing that there's an expense there? Similarly, if we ever go to public bid with a fixed firm budget.
Who's taking that? You guys are eye dancing. Mr.
Whether consciously or subconsciously, for that matter.
Mr. Chandiok?
Mr. Edney?
Mr. Edney?
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Worzanowski's question, yeah, this is something we discussed before bringing this report. So you're correct. We're putting out numbers because we've already received all the bids and tenders, so we already know what they are. This construction contingency is really about where we're working. Given that intersection it's not old, but it's relatively old. Once we start digging, we've told the consultant or the successful proponent what we expect to find there. This is in the case of, you start digging and something's different than what we thought. That falls under our sort of scope where we didn't know. We find this all the time in our main roads where there's a pipe or something that isn't necessarily in the same place we thought. So this gives us a little bit of contingency to decide, do we need to address that outside of it? So it's more a bit of the unknown of once we start digging, because it's not a simple project where they can see everything on the surface.
Then as a follow-up, may I ask then to our presenters, our scope is clear then with the bidder. And if the scope variance, then we have a contingency to vary the scope. So it'll be the responsibility of administration to manage our suppliers based on the scope that we've given them and the price that we've given them, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Worzanowski, you're correct.
All right.
The scope is defined. We don't intend on using this money, but once we start the project, we don't want to stop.
Understood.
And that's why we're requesting council to approve these numbers.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I believe we're looking for the motion. So can I have a councillor make the motion for the $100,000 increase? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council approve a budget amendment of $100,000 for the West Chestermere Drive and Station Way intersection improvement project, increasing the total approved budget from $730,000 to $830,000.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried with a majority vote. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We are now on to item 13.4.1, which is the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee recommendations, feasibility report, being presented by Ms. Candace Dennison, Director of Strategic Services. Good afternoon.
Mayor Dean, members of council, Candace Dennison, presenting a feasibility report on specific historical preservation actions. This came forward from our Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, and on May 12th, council directed administration to explore the feasibility of 4 items, documenting the Baldwin property, documenting the Webster lands, creating a heritage webpage, and a historical significance policy. We've done that work, and the short answer is that all 4 can be done within existing city resources. A few things worth flagging. The Webster lands we can document now using aerial imagery that we already have. The Baldwin property is an occupied private home, so we've written to the owner for consent and are awaiting a response. The webpage we can build, though its ongoing value will really depend on the Heritage Advisory Committee continuing to supply content. And the policy fits within our regular review schedule, which puts it about a year out. Administration won't proceed any of this without council's direction, so today I'm asking whether you'd like us to move forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. This seems relatively straightforward given the fact that we had approved it before, and now you're just looking for the final stamp of approval, but I've been surprised before. Council, any comments, questions with regards to the presentation? Seeing none, can I have the motion to direct administration to proceed with the 4 items, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council direct administration to proceed with the following items using existing resources. Documenting the Webster lands using aerial imagery the city already holds, continuing to seek the Baldwin property owner's consent, and, if obtained, documenting the property on the terms agreed with the owner. Developing a heritage website on the city's website with ongoing content provided by the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, and including a historical significance policy in the city's regular policy review and development schedule for future committee feedback and council approval.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving forward to now item 13.4.2, which is policy 860 Interfaith Committee Terms of Reference, and this is going to be presented by Miss Emily Lloyd. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just for the record, I am Emily White presenting the Chestermere Interfaith Committee Terms of Reference. And just for clarity for the public, I'm presenting this on behalf of Josh Estanislao, as he's unable to present at this moment. So today, administration is just looking for a motion from Council to adopt policy 860, being the Chestermere Interfaith Committee Terms of Reference, as presented. So just a very quick background on this. Back in the October 30th organizational meeting of Council, Council directed administration to form a committee which would allow faith-based organizations to come together, gather, and share ideas and collaborate. Since then, behind the scenes, administration has been working on forming this committee, gathering feedback from Council. And a couple weeks ago, Legislative Services brought it back to the Governance and Priorities Committee just for feedback and to make any amendments. There was very minimal amendments that came out of that discussion, and today we are just looking for that final approval for this policy in terms of reference.
Thank you. So again, yes, this was already approved essentially at GAP, and now we're just taking the next step on this. So any comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? Seeing none, can I have a council make the following motion, please, so that we can proceed on this? Councillor Sambo.
I had a question, Your Worship.
Councillor Sambo.
Under point 2.1, I guess, faith-based organizations, I'm unclear about the definition of organization. Does it need to have some kind of status, or is this just any collection of people that might want to participate in this?
I may refer this question to my manager, who might be able to better answer that one.
Ledge Services, Ms. McGilvery.
Thank you for the question. Based on Ledge Services research that they did, that was the definition that we could find. We can definitely take this offline and we can discuss it further, but that's basically what we reviewed and seemed to be appropriate definition for organization.
Okay. All right. With that then, can we have the motion then to approve the TOR? Can I have the motion on the screen? Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can make that motion. I think it's worth having a definition because any two people could call themselves an organization. Is that the intent of the policy? But I move that council adopt policy 860, being the Chestermere Interfaith Committee terms of reference as presented.
To speak directly to that concern, what will happen is that just like with the not-for-profit committee, which is represented by, again, organizations, right? At the end of the day, council has the final approval of who goes on there. So what this TOR does is get that process started so that groups can start to apply and or we can reach out to them. But nobody goes on to this then without the approval of council, exactly like we did with the not-for-profits. And so, as we may recall, we had realized even in that process that we had missed a couple of our not-for-profits in our community. They came back, we added them to that. So to speak directly to that concern, Councillor Sambo, this will still come back to council as to exactly which organizations get appointed to this particular committee. Okay, any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and then we have one more here before we have our final closed session of the day, and that is Recreation Committee Public Member Appointments, also being presented by Ms. Emily White, Legislative Assistant 2. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, and thank you again. Just for the record, I'm Emily White, and I'll be presenting the Recreation Committee Public Member Appointments. So just as a really quick background, administration is just looking to seek a motion from council to appoint 2 members of the public to fill 2 resignations that have occurred within the last 6 months on this committee. So just a quick overview. We have 4 public members applying, and we have 2 positions applying for this. And just as a little for the public's knowledge of the process of what this looks like is in the event that a public member resigns, administration begins to advertise for that vacancy, or we look at past applications and see if you're still interested and reach out to them. We then bring it forward to council after administration has reviewed them, taking into consideration if they would be a good fit for the committee, their availability, what their background is. We take it to council for their final decision, for their input. Once the decision has been made, we reach out to everyone that was considered. If you are successful, we reach out and share your information with the councillors, the chair, and the administrative liaisons, who provide further direction on when their first committee meeting or board meeting is. If you are unsuccessful in the application, we reach out just advising you, and we always encourage those applicants to continue monitoring our website for advertising if we're accepting applications, and all our social media channels, as that's our main form of advertising for these committees. If there's no further questions from council, I'll just be looking for a motion to move into in camera to make these decisions.
Thank you to our CEO and to Ledge Services. At first I was going to do them all at once, but I'm not anticipating a ton of motions coming out of the other closed session items. So with that, I think what I would like to do is go into closed session, do these public member appointments, come out of closed session, do those appointments, go back into closed session for the 3 larger items after that. Would that, but I want to see how, yes, I see nodding. Okay. So with that, can I just have the motion to go into closed session only for 15.3, please? Yep, perfect. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council go into closed session at 3:29 p.m. to discuss the following. Excuse me. Recreational Committee Public Member Appointment, Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 22, Confidential Evaluations.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the motion for us to come out of closed session, please? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 3:39 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. We'll take our mandatory 5-minute break and come back at 3:45. Thanks, everyone.
said I don't think it's heavily enforced.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break after in camera session, we have one motion to deal with, and then we will be finishing up the rest of our agenda here. So with that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I will make this motion. And also, I'd just like to give the caveat that although we're doing the appointment right now, we won't have a rec committee meeting until September, just for people's information. With that, I move that council appoint, that'd be nice, eh? Council appoint Tim Preston and Lauren Kondreshoff to the Recreation Committee effective July 14th, 2026, with the terms ending December 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's approved unanimously. With that, then, we'll go back into our closed session for our final 3 items of the day. So can I have a councillor make the motion for the items for 15.1, 15.2, and 15.4, please? Councillor Rundall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council go into closed session at 3:49 p.m. to discuss the following: CAO update, access to information, Section 29, advice from officials; legal update, access to information, Section 29, advice from official; and Prairie Economic Gateway, Access to Information Act, Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our final closed session of the day. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to come out of closed session at 4:57, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 4:57 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take our mandatory 5-minute break. We'll come back at 5:05 and conclude our meeting. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Finishing off our meeting here today, we just have 3 motions before moving to Councilor Randall's adjournment. And so we just have 3 motions coming out of the in-camera here. And so with that, we'll have the first one. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
I move that council accept the legal update for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the second motion, please, for council to direct me to write another letter? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Let's move that council direct Mayor Dean to write a letter in support of Prairie Economic Gateway.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And the final motion, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sample.
I move that council direct administration to transfer $20,000 in the 2026 operating budget to the events, rentals, and leases budget from recreation transfers to non-governmental organizations.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried by a majority vote. Thank you. With that, I think we've come to the end of our agenda here this afternoon. So with that, I'll turn to Councillor Randawa for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 5:08 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions of council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. See you next week.